tell you.
She's on.
Thank you, Siri, or Alexa, or whoever you are. Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. I guess let the record show all three of us are present. Although, please note that I am attending virtually, just so that we're accurate. First, I just want to thank my seatmates for allowing me to have just a board pending issue before I leave, because I think it's important for us to be able to have a conversation, because that's the one downside of being a board. We can't have any discussion outside of a meeting. And so I really didn't think it could wait. I just wanted to have a check-in with folks. We have received some both emails from citizens in response to the sheriff's June 17th Facebook post. I don't know if it was posted elsewhere as well. I know you've gotten a copy of it. Plus, I've had some staff concerns expressed to me based on the, I guess, plain language read of the sheriff's statement. And I was just hoping that we could have a discussion about, first, if the board wants to respond as a board at all, and then what the nature of that would be or should be, and then get some feedback, or at least some direction to staff, because I know there's some concerns, particularly in certain departments, namely the health department for one, as it was specifically mentioned in his statement that he put out. So I'm gonna stop there and open it up. I guess my first question did both of you, I'm assuming we all got a copy of the same thing, and so you've all had it, you've all seen it, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I guess I'll open it up then, either to comments or
Are you telling me you don't have something written down like you usually do?
I do not. I was going to, but I just thought no, because I really wanted to wait until I had a chance to talk to you guys. I mean, I had kind of a response, my own personal response, and I would say for me, I'll just go ahead and start. If the board chooses to not have an official response or something, that's fine. We can do that, and I will support that. I will respond personally as far as an individual commissioner, because I feel like I just have to. If I'm being frank, I found the sheriff's statement to be really concerning. I would say offensive, frankly, as far as I think he is out of his lane, as far as when I, as a commissioner, and staff that work for me as a member of the board, are really kind of facing potential arrest and detainment for doing their jobs, implementing, state statute and state law. I think that's kind of over a line for me. And I think we've danced around it in the past, or at least I have, and tried to be respectful of sheriff. I like the sheriff. I've been supportive of the sheriff, but I will say on this issue, he's just wrong. And sometimes it's time to say the emperor has no clothes on. And for those of us old enough that understand the reference, we know what we're talking about. But I just think he's wrong, and I don't take kindly to being threatened with arrest and detention for doing my job. If he determines, I'm doing my job, that in the course of exercising my authority to do my job, that I am violating somebody's constitutional rights, in his opinion, that I would be subject to arrest and detainment is just unacceptable. So
Normally, where I'm at is kind of look the other way, it'll go away kind of the scenario. But I agree with you on this one. This one, when I read it, it was actually on my birthday. It irked me. Read it multiple times over the weekend, and it just continued to irk me. I was kind of preparing my own private public statement response yesterday morning when it kind of blew up here in county. Since then, I have typed up my own individual response to it. Have not sent it out to the general public yet, but I would hope that we as a board can, I guess I'd say, come together and stand up for the rule of law and stand up for the Constitution that I think is being trampled on by misstatements. That's kind of where I'm at.
I am happy to hear you both say that you're willing to make a statement. I am, of course, in agreement with this. Whenever there is threats, either the direct, perceived, or even potentially just implied, there has to be a response. When we see the response from our own staff members who have had a horrible year and are now having another horrible year, it is our duty to bring to forefront the true law, and through help with, I think, our prosecuting attorney's office. I think there is multiple things within this letter that he sent out that are disturbing. And I actually had a meeting with him to try to understand if it was him writing this or if it was coming from somewhere else. And to try to understand exactly where he's coming from. I was always raised with the belief that the legislature writes the laws, the sheriff will carry out those laws, and the court system will determine the constitutionality of them. If you try to abridge that judicial system, that is the quickest form to tyranny. And while you may feel that the legislature is creating tyranny, your response cannot be to work outside that judicial system. You have to work within it. And yes, when any of our staff feel threatened, of course, we'll always be there to have a conversation and stand in between.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm glad we seem to all be on the same page, and that was one of the reasons I really wanted to have an opportunity before I left, so I wasn't just sitting and stewing on this while I was on vacation. Frankly, I'm a little pissed to be, if I could. I know we're in open session, but that I have to deal with this, that we have to deal with this on top of everything else that we have going on. That it's, I'm not, having some kind of constitutional crisis in the county when we're being focused on this as if it is only COVID related and the response to COVID. But I did the same thing as far as I read and reread, kind of percolated on it and thought, we need to kind of step back, look at it with fresh, get a good night's sleep, read it again and see, am I reading more into this? And it's not. The more I read it, it upsets me more, because it is not, and it's not limited to healthcare and the response to COVID. That is a general statement about any bureaucrat or government official, mayor, commissioner, whoever, that is perceived by a single individual, namely the sheriff, to be violating or somebody's constitutional rights is subject to arrest and detainment. That is a chilling thing to say. That is the path to authoritarian regimes. As far as we have a system for settling our disputes when it comes to implementation of laws. It's called the courts. And I don't always agree. I implement laws all the time that I don't personally agree with. But if I have an issue with it, I always have the option to seek judicial review. And if I don't, we've all had experiences where things have gone through judicial review that we didn't particularly appreciate where the courts ended up on. But I accept that and we move on. And you certainly we don't elect one person to be the sole supreme universal arbiter of what is constitutional and what is not. And that
Or
is
one person that is a court to determine.
exactly. So, all right, well, where do we go from here? I'm not really going to be in a place to be, frankly, I don't want to be drafting a response myself as far as at this point over the next 8 days. If you two want to work on something or come up with your own or something, I can check in and check and see, and I can add some edits or something if we feel like, because I do feel like we need to have some kind of response. And then I also wouldn't think it would be a bad idea to request a discussion with the board, with the sheriff, as far as, so I really appreciate, Jake, that you did have a conversation with sheriff. I have not, because I was also raised that way too, is that you give people an opportunity. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Maybe we don't really understand, and to be able to communicate to the sheriff that, you know, words matter and words have meaning. And even if they're a misperception of what you're trying to do, that doesn't change anything. That is, and if that's not what you mean, then you need to clarify exactly what you're talking about. Because the plain read is, you know, you are over the line and you are basically usurping people's authority too. As far as I could see, and you know, if you read this in the, I guess, strictest interpretation, there could be impacts when we are going through the budget process. If we are exercising if we're funding something that the sheriff determines to be unconstitutional, are we then subject to arrest and detainment because we are performing our duty? Are we, I mean, there is so many things, and that's why I think this is super dangerous.
Do we want, prosecutor, would you like to say anything? Q?
Well, I just say, you know, I appreciate the comments from the board. I know I talked to the health director, you know, when I first read it, I just thought it was another press release. I reread it, shared it with my wife, who reread it. Kind of every time we read it, we get more concerned. I mean, we paid to take precautions over the weekend to install additional security provisions. I now have an attorney on retainer in case I'm arrested and detained by the sheriff. Under the literal, under literal interpretation of his letter, I can be arrested and detained for prosecuting a felon or domestic abuser for having a firearm because that interferes with the right to bear arms. I could be prosecuted, arrested, detained for prosecuting for someone driving on suspended license or under the influence of alcohol because that interferes with their right to travel. I could be arrested and detained for prosecuting someone for threatening to kill somebody or inciting someone to a crime because that interferes with their right to speak their opinion. There are numerous examples of how far out, it's not even just outside the mainstream of American jurisprudence, it's on the fringe of the extreme versions of American jurisprudence. I don't take kindly to being threatened. I feel this is a direct threat. At this point, I don't think I can really stay silent to the threatening to staff, threatening to me, threatening to my staff. And I, you know, this compounded with other issues I shared with the board. I think the board should seriously consider whether our corrections facility or jail should be not overseen by a body that at least somewhat more sensitive to the legal and financial implications of the actions in the jail. The board is much more sensitive to financial exposure and liability concerns for administering the jail. And I think this letter is just and the fact that he apparently doubled down when Commissioner Anderson tried to talk to him about it is even more dangerous. This isn't an individual that's in charge of a paramilitary organization that has not gone through thorough background checks, that is uniformed, that has provided badges and is requested to be armed, and that last week underwent all KC personnel, most of the posse went under 3-hour indoctrination trainings, as reported to me, encouraging officers to commit acts of sedition against federal authorities and take the law upon themselves. I don't take well to threats. And I've known Bob for a very long time. I've always considered him a good friend, but the threats that are too much. They're just too much. So that's what I know.
I feel the same. It's gotten far greater and far more damaging as the years go on. And we have to do our part to kind of rein that in. So
Thank you, Kim.
Okay, so what do we do?
well, we could draft a letter if you want to draft a letter. Like I said, I already did mine. I'm going to send mine out as my own because I don't want to, put my words in your mouth. But if we want to draft one as the board for all of us to agree on and sign off on, I'm fine with that as well.
Okay. Yeah, that would be the course of action I would like. As far as I think there needs to be unified board response. Of course, us as individuals always have the ability, and I would encourage, if you've got something drafted that's, yours alone, absolutely do that.
Well, I mean, if you're interested, you haven't seen mine, we can always send it to you. If you want to just take mine and tweak it as a board response, that's fine too. I don't care.
Okay. Jake, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think if Dan sends you his or through Lee, and you take a look at it and say, if this is kind of along the lines that you want to start with, that gives Dan and I something to work on for drafting. And if you're like, it doesn't have the tone, then we'll start more towards the we from the me.
You can't do that.
Can't do that via email.
Yeah, that makes it an open meeting.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
You want me to read you what I have, Dave?
There you go. That would work.
I know Jake wants me to read it.
please.
All right. It says, I'd like to start by saying that I am a true supporter and ally of law enforcement. They have a job that is not only hard on them personally, but also hard on their families. I respect that, and we owe them all a debt of gratitude. I also fully understand the fear our law enforcement personnel and staff are going through with this latest political season of attacks on law enforcement, lawsuits, the defund the police narrative, in our state legislature's creation of laws that hamstring law enforcement's ability to uphold the law and keep our citizens safe from the wolves that roam our streets. But with that, I must call out the actions of Sheriff Songer for his latest public statement released on June 17, 2001. While I truly appreciate Sheriff Songer for all that he has done for the citizens of this great county and for his deep love and respect of the Constitution, I cannot sit by with closed lips when he releases a statement that I myself, county residents, and county employees find threatening and intimidating. We do live in a nation of laws bound by the Constitution. While you will not find a stronger supporter of the Constitution than myself, we must not pick and choose what part of the Constitution we are going to follow on any given day. I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. In that Constitution, our founders wrote the first, second, and third articles dealing with the separations of powers. In doing so, they gave the power to determine what is or what is not constitutional to the courts. So whether I personally like a particular law, mandate, governor declaration, or if I personally think it is unconstitutional, under the Constitution, it is the courts that decide what is or is not constitutional, not you and not I. This rhetoric of threatening and trying to intimidate elected officials or county employees of the health department with arrest and prosecution for following state mandates and proclamations before they are ruled on by the court is going too far. Our county employees should not be made to feel unsafe in their work environment. Like it or not, people should be allowed to do their job without fear of personal or physical attacks caused by the rhetoric of a public official. I will go further to say that the Board of County Commissioners is currently following the State Department of Labor and Industries mandate on masks for unvaccinated people in our county buildings. While the commissioners may not all agree with the mandate's constitutionality, It is the courts that get to decide its legality, not us. Now, if Sheriff Songer wants to make a point or set an example by arresting or seeking prosecution against anyone, let it be me for my actions for following the current L&I mandates, not our employees. I am currently sitting in the commissioner's chambers doing my job while upholding the Constitution and the separation of powers that was written in our beloved Constitution and the generation of heroes fought and died for. Until then, I hope that cooler heads can prevail and that we can all lighten up on the political rhetoric and public grandstanding and work together to better serve our people.
Very well done. There's nothing in there that I couldn't support.
So just take this.
I mean, it's in your voice, just like I speak in my own voice and Jake does his, but I don't, as far as with there's nothing in there that I couldn't support. So something along those lines would be fine with me.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, staff could transform Dan's letter into a letter from the board and have it ready for signature this afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, that would be, yeah, there we go. That gets us, staff can prepare the letter, so we're not editing outside of the open meeting between ourselves. We don't and can't do that. Okay, I would be, Jake, are you okay with that?
Are you gonna call in to voice your support for it, or the two of us?
I think the two of you, unless you want to, because I will be, if it was done, I don't get on the plane until 1:30, but then I won't be off. I'll be in the air until 6 p.m. Pacific time. So it would have to be, I would have to,
Well, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Are you going to be able to look over this before you get on the plane? I don't know that our staff can crack it out that early, but
Oh, yeah.
she said, oh yeah, she can crack it out that early that you can look at it during the lunch break.
have it before the 1 o'clock, I will check back in before I get on the plane and give my thumbs up or thumbs down. If something happens, like I've been arrested or detained, go ahead without me.
I would like all three of our names on it, though.
I do too.
I think
I would.
matters. And so if we can't get it to you by, we all open it at 1. If we have it at 1, you can look at it, call in to the phone number for a few minutes. We'll make a motion to approve it, and then we can sign it.
Right.
And then we can move from there.
Okay. That sounds,
work? All right. We'll put that as the first agenda item if we can get it done.
Okay.
And then lastly,
but I will right now, I will hand off I will just, as far as the vice chair will be running the meeting, as far as from the very beginning. So it's like, I don't want to be doing anything as far as I'm going up the
Yep.
ramp toward the plane.
Yep.
So.
last thing is, you wanted to have the sheriff in here for a discussion. Do you want to do that next week with just the two of us? Would you call in for 30 minutes while you're on vacation? What is your preference?
Yeah, I would. I think it's important enough. I can do it. I am getting back on the plane on Tuesday, but I don't think we leave until it's late. So actually any time during the day would work for me, and I'll just call in for that.
Look at your schedule, figure out when would be good to schedule that, and then contact Lee and have her schedule it for when it's best for you.
Okay, I will do that.
Enjoy your vacation.
I will.
The middle of your vacation, the ends are getting kind of ruined, but the middle is okay.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm going to go get in the car and drive to the airport right now. So.
Have a good day.
Goodbye, sir.
All right. I'll see you later.
You have this via email, so you should be set.
Yes, sir.
Erin, is there anything you wanted to say?
No, I just, definitely appreciate you all listening to the concerns from the health department. Obviously, the language was really concerning. There's a lot of churn in my office. My staff are concerned that they're going to be detained for carrying out the duties that are prescribed to them by county ordinance, state statute, and law. And just not knowing really where to go with this and how to handle that as a department and continue to serve the county residents in all the work that we do that is outside of COVID. And if this, if this language carries over to other duties outside of COVID, so, do I now need to be concerned about food inspections or septic inspections, or, how far that will go? And so just, I'd like to thank all of the commissioners and the PA for talking with me over the last couple of days and kind of helping me understand the process and reassure my staff with where we'll be going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Q, did you have something you want to say?
Well, I just, speaking to the board and to the PAs, I just have a little statement I shared a little bit. That rest assured that Klickitat County Prosecuting Attorney's Office will continue to uphold the laws of our county, state, and country as they are lawfully enacted by the legislature, approved by the executive, and interpreted by the courts. I steadfastly remain committed to the rule of law, regardless of threats to my freedom and safety. I will continue to perform my duties pursuant to my oaths to uphold the laws and the constitutions of our country and state without regard to political party or positions. To be ruled by the whims of any person and not by the rule of law is the quickest path to tyranny. The sheriff does not have the authority to determine the constitutionality of laws in his role as sheriff. See the Washington Constitution, Article 4, Section 1, Colvin versus Inslee, 195, Win Ave 2nd, 875, decided 2020. In fact, Washington law explicitly forbids a sheriff from practicing law. See RCW 36.28.110. Threatening public health department personnel and other government officials, including myself, with the loss of liberty based on running afoul of his extreme and misinformed interpretations of the Constitution and laws of the United States and the state of Washington is the prime example of why our founding fathers instituted a limited government controlled by rigorous checks and balances. According to the sheriff's statement on June 17th, I may be subject to arrest and detention for lawful prosecution of a firearm by felons, to keep and bear arms, for prosecuting those that to threaten to kill, right to free speech, threatened with arrest and detention for prosecuting DUIs. All these charges are routinely referred to me as the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office, and will continue to be prosecuted when there is sufficient evidence to show beyond a reasonable doubt that crime is committed. I would not be intimidated from doing my job and will no longer remain silent when I see clear threats to the rule of law in Klickitat County and the liberty and safety of county employees simply seeking to serve and protect our community.
Done, sir.
Thank you. Sue, I see you're on. Is there anything you wanted to say? We have 3 minutes left.
You done mute yourself?
There you go. Now you're unmuted.
Hi, I really appreciate this conversation, and I especially appreciate your attempt, Commissioner Anderson, to sit down with the sheriff and clarify. This is very concerning to me as a public health professional and as a citizen. I think Dave hit it on the head when he said this is out of the sheriff's lane. And so, what next? Yeah, he is an elected official. It's perplexing, and so hopefully we'll look for guidance. We want to do the best for our citizens, and anyway, I'm here mostly to learn. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And I guess the only thing, since this is all being recorded, Q, if someone were to be arrested that is a county employee for exercising their duties, how long would it be before they would be out of the jail?
Potentially until they're seen by a magistrate. I don't know if my directive to release them immediately would be honored or not. So there's an obligation to make them available on the next judicial day to the magistrate in charge.
Okay. Thank you. Dan, do you have anything else?
No, hopefully, hopefully this sends a statement to, because I honestly believe that Bob is a good man. I obviously believe that our sheriff is doing what he thinks is right. I just think he sometimes gets a little carried away with the political grandstanding to the base. And so I hope that's kind of all this is, and this kind of gets a little check and balance, and we can all get back to work serving our people.
Yeah. And for me, I want to keep the peace. I want to keep the relationships between departments, and I want the sheriff to recognize that what you say has meaning and it impacts the people that you work with on a daily basis. And I like Bob. I think he's a great guy. He has a lifetime of dedication and service, and I respect that. But at times when you make a statement, sometimes other people have to make a statement back.
And I think we now need to closely monitor the situation to see where we need to go from here, because I'm also thinking, like the prosecutor was saying, with, maybe we need to look into making the jail a county department. I also think maybe we need to look at putting something possibly in the sheriff's budget, or a line item in the sheriff's budget to cover potential litigations caused by the sheriff's department. So there's things we could do in there to help the taxpayers be more safe. So we'll have discussions as we go forward, I'm sure.
All right. With that, we are going to close this open meeting and move to department update from Public Works.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Q. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Sue, for calling in.
Hello, Gordy.
Thank you.
Morning.
Got good news for us?
You got anything fun for us?
Yeah, always.
Go ahead.
Gordy walks in, has absolutely no idea what's going on.
I could read between the lines.
Are you making that a separate one?
No, I didn't see the button
Oh,
and I thought it went off,
You can call me.
so I was double checking.
You can call me on the weekend. You know me.
I know.
There's no such thing.
Morning.
Sure.
Oh, Lake Road.
What?
Lake. Isn't there a park at the end of this thing or something? Am I thinking of the right place?
Yeah, there's lake access on DNR's property. Lake, yeah.
Used to.
Yeah.
Used to be,
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
I know. Can we change Northwestern Lake Road?
Yeah. River Road?
River Road.
Point seven
Rainbow
River Road.
Road.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be changed.
All right, whenever you're ready, gentlemen.
Okay, a couple items on the consent agenda, and they have to do with the bid of the Roosevelt Grade road overlay. That went out, advertised, and we received 3 bids. And we've been reviewing those, and WashDOT has been reviewing those bids. And there were some errors on the low bidder's bid that would cause them to be disqualified. And so the best course of action that we see, which we're allowed to do, is to reject all bids and rebid the whole project. So
Were these just clerical errors or mathematical?
that's a mathematical error that changed the, there are a couple of requirements. So you're a low bidder, but there's also, it's conditioned on you getting a percentage of disadvantaged business work out there. And if you fail to meet the one, you're disqualified. And it was, the math error made it like that close.
Yeah.
And so it's,
So your thinking is we're gonna resubmit this to bid, probably all three of these are gonna bid again.
Yes.
Yes. I can't see them not all bidding again. So it's the best course of action for us.
Now they all kind of know what the bids are.
Yeah.
Well, there might be more bidders.
There might be,
There
We
might
might have to
be.
do this more often.
yeah. So don't like to do this, but it's,
It's not gonna change the time frame.
yeah,
It
it'll
will.
It'll pick it back.
It'll push it out farther, but I don't think that was a problem anyway for the
Okay.
bidders. They're all, some of them are, well, they're here, they either have work or they don't, or, and later than the season generally will work for them as well. Since we can pave, hot mix pave in that end of the county till fairly late in the year.
Okay.
So it should be, work just fine.
Go ahead.
All right, so that's both of those. One is the re-advertisement and the other one is to reject all bids.
Right.
We have one pay estimate, and that's for Stripe Right for $102,488. On the construction side, our striper's still working. They're on the west side today. They committed to striping Alderdale Road, the one we just chip sealed. So that'll be good to get some striping out there instead of the temporary tabs before they leave, and they'll come back at the end of the summer after we're finished chip sealing everything new. Roosevelt Drainage Repair Project. 11 of the 14 drains are completed, so they're chipping away fairly quickly at that project. And then our edge line and sign projects that are grant funded through the federal government. Those are, one is moving forward. The striping, the signing is delayed because of materials. One other thing on our striping, so we've kind of ran into this one. Jeff and I first got here, waterborne paint was kind of this transition for striping, and the technology wasn't really good. The paint didn't wear very well throughout the year. And so we went back to using low VOC because it was really good. And, but now there are more limited amounts available because they've, pretty much got dialed in the waterborne paint, and it lasts much better and is a higher quality than it used to be.
Does
And
it
now
last as
pretty
long?
much, what's that?
Does it last as long?
I don't,
Probably debatable.
yeah.
In our environment, our wet environment, like on the west side, you see it lasting longer on the east side.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we have seen with all of our paints is we use a lot of sand in the winter. And so we grind that stuff pretty well. And the low VOC has lasted, on most of our roads. Roosevelt grade, I don't know that we'll have anything that'll work well there. But the waterborne is really improved. And now we're struggling with our shortages. We're not able to get paint because there's only a couple places that will make it, because not very many people use it. And then the equipment that stripers have, they've all gone to the waterborne. So the stuff you see roll out here is, like antiques now. And so it takes a lot to keep them going. So I think we're thinking about transitioning over just because our shortages and the people that come here to stripe aren't able to get material.
What's the difference in prices between waterborne and low VOCs? Like the fact that there's nobody making it anymore, is the competition a lot, less, so they can charge higher prices?
Yeah, because they can't. So there used to be a plant in California that could make it, but now they can't make it. So I think there are fewer people that make the low VOC and lots more people that make the waterborne. So the price and the demand is there. So I don't know what the exact dollar figures are.
I don't think it's that much difference, because essentially one company has the monopoly anyway. It's just different factories.
Right.
So it's a little bit less. I don't think it's not going to be substantial. We won't see,
We're not
big
gonna see
savings,
savings.
not big savings.
As long as we're, not seeing savings, but we're only getting half as long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why we kept going with the
Right.
low VOC, because it was just better. So
All right.
that's what we're
Yeah.
Yeah.
thinking about here. All right, so Courtney Road, so we're still on track. We'll set this back, so we'll get that deviation waiver that we got approved from WashDOT in your guys' view next week, probably. Get it on the agenda. That's the last piece that we have for that. Let's see. Guardrail repair project is moving toward construction now. Maintenance projects, Bickleton crew is patching Bickleton Highway now. So I know that was a concern that you had, Dan. And so that one's getting done first, and then they'll continue patching everywhere else and grading. And I think the west end's still doing some mowing and vegetation removal. But pretty much we're back to patching and grading. And
Yeah, you got up by me yesterday too, so.
oh yeah, all right. Let's see, facility side. The building's still moving forward. You can see we're working on Court Street. We got rid of some soft material yesterday, and they're rolling out fabric and gonna put some crushed rock to kind of fill that hole that's there. And the concrete guys are finishing the wall, and there's a lot of work on the east and the corner of the building by the alley. There's some walls that go in there and a couple of ramps down into the building. So they're working on those. All the trades are working inside. It's starting to come together. You know, if you guys want to go over for another visit, maybe in a week or two or whenever, just let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. I like seeing it get built.
Yeah, whenever there's something to see that you think we need to see it, I'm always game. So.
Yeah, I think in a couple of weeks, they'll have a lot more done inside, and it might be a bigger change than where we're at now. Let's see. Courthouse entries. So we've started work demoing the south side, some of that sidewalk in front of the entrance to the jail. So we'll kind of do that in phases so we don't shut down both.
Is that whole thing over there getting redone?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
literally from the jail all the way to our entrance over here.
Yeah. So we're doing it. So our
Yes.
this contractor over here is doing the front, and they're wrapping around to the stairway. Jeff's contractor is doing from the stairway to Grant Street.
Everything will be new.
Yeah.
When they asked me a question on on the radio on when all that would be done, and I'm like,
This summer.
Yes.
Yeah.
I told them at least a couple weeks,
Yeah.
more like a couple months, but yeah.
Yeah, by the time our contractor finishes his work out front, Jeff's gets done, it'll be most of the summer.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see, fairgrounds, we got the new PA, and so it'll be installed before fair, which is good. They're painting the west side of the Pioneer Center this week. I don't know if you want to talk about.
Nothing really new on the radio side.
Okay. Last week we met with the Trout Lake Community Council at Jeff and I did at Trout Lake Park, and then we also took a stroll over to Lake Road. So the park we had talked about there are a couple things that, well, I have a big list that I took notes on, but I think the main thing we looked at was, or tried to kind of focus in on priorities, which are there basically two top priorities, and then getting a grant or going after a RCO grant next year to try and fund some of those things. So basically it's, if we have two water systems that come in basically, or two sets of lines. We have a lower restroom and an upper one. And one of their main requests is we'd like to see the water left on. So right now we open up the water late and we close it after the fire burn ban is off or it's lifted. And so basically that's sometime in October typically. But we're open till the end of November. But the water system in past years, we spent like $4,000 to $7,000 repairing damage to it because it sits on the top of that basalt shelf that's out there. When it was originally installed, they went basically as far as they could go. And so it's fairly shallow in some places and freezes. And if we don't blow it out before the frost sets in over there. So that's kind of their top priority, is trying to get water that's frost-free to one of those locations. The second one is the playground area, to upgrade the playground equipment, which is, some of it looks like the stuff I used when I was a kid.
Probably
it's-
was the stuff you used as a kid.
It's old.
Pretty
yeah.
old, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's, we will probably cost those out throughout the year and then kind of figure out which one would score the best.
Mhm.
And then that's the one that we would propose. And then we'd also have to look at, some of those grants are 50% match and some of them are 25. So we'll kind of see
What
what.
do you think it would cost to hammer in through there? I mean, that is a rocky.
I think I can't remember, I estimated it, because I put it forth as a project, but I can't remember. I want to say it might be 100 to 200 grand.
It's not cheap.
It's not cheap. And that's that's not to do the whole park. That's to do the upper or the lower, mainly the upper. Yeah, because
Turns into a rock pit.
yeah, because some of that's only 8 inches below ground.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then it's, like, oh, you're familiar with the area.
Oh, yeah. No, I went up and looked at it.
That's just solid basalt. Then you're hammering down to about 42 inches.
Would it be, I mean, where it's at, you can dig it up and put it 8 inches. Would it be cheaper just to put it in insulation and put a heat tape down thing to get your 2 months worth?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's,
I mean, it's,
Something to look at.
you could do it. I mean, 200 grand for hammering through that, dear Lord.
Yeah, it's hard work.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Time
And it's
consuming.
loud, and then you're gonna get complaints when you're
Yeah.
hammering for all that time going through there.
Yeah, this will be day after day. Tick, 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 tick,
Uh-huh.
tick, 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 tick.
Yeah. So,
All right.
but we'll look at both of those. And then they have other ones, and I'll put a list together of all the items we talked about.
How much do we make off of that thing a year?
We lose,
No, how much
About-
does it gross? Not on how much does it net?
we gross, I think it's about, I want to say,
I don't know off the top of my head.
I'm gonna guess 30, but it'd be better if I.
30,000?
over.
Yes, probably.
Wow.
Well, that's but the expenses usually exceed that.
Oh, I know
so-
that, but
Yeah.
I was just surprised that it brings in that much.
Yeah, it's between 20 and 30,
Okay,
somewhere in there.
so it's pretty full in the summertime then, huh?
Yeah, so we get shower, money for showers,
Yeah,
we get
we
the
do
camp
well.
fees and the dump fees.
Right.
And so, it's,
And we pay the caretaker 2 grand a month?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So it's still, so with all that expense and kind of the way we've kind of shaped it to manage it after all the different things we've tried, it seems to be that if you have somebody there, it's just better service and it doesn't cost you anymore. than if you don't have anybody
No.
and you just, have somebody there to work on the honor system, which it really still is. But there's somebody there to help people and take care of things. And it's just
And tell them to put out their campfire.
that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
No, I just wondering, I know
okay,
it's a cost. We always know it's a
Yeah.
cost, but it's a public service.
yeah, I'll give you a spreadsheet because
It's a big
we've been
cost.
tracking it
Yeah.
for about 10 years. Well, we've been tracking it forever. So but I have a 10-year spreadsheet that I can give you.
All right.
Okay, Lake Road. So I handed out this sheet here. So at one of the past meetings that we attended, they asked for a speed limit reduction and some signs, more signs to be put on Lake Road to make it clear it's a dead end and for people not to travel past a certain point because there really isn't a good turnaround. So we went back through and you'll be seeing this road for speed limit reduction as well as some others. But it's currently posted at 35, but basically it can be reduced to a 25, which the community would like to see.
All of the community?
Everybody I've heard from,
Yeah.
and we'll have a hearing, and so everybody will have a chance to weigh in on it. But we went out there and it was really busy.
It
People
is,
going
yeah.
down, people from out of the area, people from town, just going there to see where the lake is, Trout Lake, you know, and so it's a high trafficked area. DNR, who is the property owner at the end, which is the water access, they would like to see us not have people go all the way down to the end with vehicles.
Right.
So what they would like to see, and the community actually proposed this too, was to gate it, because the road's pretty wide and open until you get to where that yellow square is. That's the last point where we could have a turnaround and the gate would be located, then you walk in. And it's, I don't know, a quarter mile.
Yeah.
3 feet. I just worked that.
Is this
Yeah.
back resident literally live back there or?
No, they have, their access is basically off where that yellow square is.
Yeah. there's
Oh,
a road.
oh, that little
Yeah,
road right there,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So getting that off isn't gonna affect them back there?
No, it's just DNR's access, which is the wildlife or the refuge, or the I don't know, wildlife conservation property
Yeah.
that they have. And then there's some trails that go back to Elk Meadows campground. A lot of people put in kayaks or rafts here and then float down to I think it's Trout Lake.
What are your little blue dotted lines on here? Is that a topography or something?
I think that describes the water features. Where the water
Yeah,
is
that's the
supposed to
water
be.
feature.
Somebody mapped it.
Yeah, that's.
Because it's pretty marshy out through there
Mhm.
where the lake used to be.
Yeah, if DNR's in favor of it and the residents are in favor of it, then I'm in favor of it.
Yeah, so it's basically a project though. So there's cost to buy right away the yellow square, to build the turnaround, and then you'd have to build parking. So it's probably a wide shoulder for parallel parking along the road.
Going from the yellow coming back towards it.
Yeah, just a long lake road.
But so you're thinking of gating it right there at the yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah, just past that, yeah,
Y is.
just past the Y.
What kind of costs are you thinking?
We haven't costed it out, but it's probably a small project under, I don't know.
We gotta buy some right away.
Yeah,
We can ballpark. it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
probably
probably.
100 somewhere in there.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm gonna be high because I'd rather be high now.
I'm learning his trade, so.
Yeah.
Have you talked to Ron and maybe try pushing that parking a little closer?
No,
I'm just
yeah, so
thinking-
Ron has that property, both sides of the
Yeah.
road there where the turnaround is. And we would approach him to see if he's interested in,
No, the stuff to the south is David Labby. Where this part is Labby, this is Ron's.
I thought Ron was on both sides.
No, Ron owns this one and that one.
Mm,
Okay,
Okay,
Yeah, and then he owns this one, but he doesn't own this one.
okay.
okay.
So we'd have to buy that, and then if we could get parking on to the north on Ron's fairly wide area.
Yeah, I think you might get a little bit of kickback on 900 feet of taking your, rafts
or
where
kayak.
before
Yeah,
you
where-
drive up there, drop your rafts off, take
Yes.
one car back to the bottom, I don't know.
To the bottom, they literally float in the river through
Yeah, they
Yeah.
float from there all the way down to the station.
there?
Yeah, it's a beautiful little float.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they were saying.
Cold, but beautiful.
Yeah, they said that too, that there'd be some pushback. We kind of putting it off on the community to get their letter for the ask too.
Yeah, so DNR and the community council would have to put something together to request this. So they have to make sure that to get things started.
Yeah.
Loop me in with that. I know Ron pretty well, and there might be a way to get some sort of benefit from all sides.
Yeah. Okay,
Maybe reduce the cost a little bit.
sounds good. All right,
Have you put, indicators out there to see what traffic is, or you just went out and looked at it yourself?
we've done counts, but they're not from the summer months.
Right.
So we want to do it through a weekend in the summer, but like I said, when Jeff and I were out there, There were probably 20 people.
Yeah, there's quite a few because
Just in the short time we were there that drove down. So,
everybody's still,
or left.
yeah, a lot of people still think it's a lake, so.
Yeah.
Maybe we have to change the name of it too, of the town.
They were joking about
Yeah.
that.
I think it's still advertised in some places as go see Trout Lake.
Yeah.
People come down there with their map. We saw the one
Yeah.
for looking for the lake. It's on the map.
Yeah, where is it?
So. Hey, it's spurs tourism, don't complain.
Yeah.
They still gotta get a corn dog when they come and go, so.
Yeah. All right, so Monday night, I'm gonna go talk to the Goldendale City Council and their road revision committee. Talk about Grant Street behind the jail. So we talked about vacating that property, the road right away. So we can have that whole area to redevelop as a parking lot. So Monday night I'll go there and talk to the council and their road.
Next
committee.
Monday?
Yes. 28th.
Special meeting?
Yeah, with their, Larry said it's their road
Okay.
committee.
So it's not the city council, it's
I
the
was gonna
committee.
say,
Yeah, whatever committee that they have. I don't know who it's composed of. And then, go ahead, last item.
Last item is, we'd like to start shooting archery at the gun range. We've set up the targets. I'd like to follow up with the SOPs. I want to have a little more time to read through them. They've been drafted, but we'd like to start because we're getting a lot of people asking if they could start shooting archery.
Are you planning on doing this in the actual
No, there's
gun range or over on the side area?
over on the side where you come in and you got the parking lot right there. It would just be was directly south of that parking lot. So
Which
there's,
direction would they be shooting?
they would be shooting to the west. You have that, you still have the berm from the 300-yard range.
Right.
There's a backstop. And so, and they have cameras and they'll have somebody out there keeping an eye on.
Sounds great.
So they're gonna do like archery competition in there or just target shooting?
Just target
People want to
shooting
show up?
target shooting for the time being, yes, is what it would be. It'd be $5 a shooter. Since, we don't have anywhere near the dollars outlay that we do into the other
Right.
range.
No, good, that's a good deal.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Just getting
Yeah.
shorter and shorter.
Yeah, we finished on time.
Yeah.
Good luck.
All right.
On Tuesday, on Monday.
Yeah, I think it'll go well. The city's been really good to work with and,
I haven't heard of any hiccups, so.
no, I've invited the council and if they wanted to come look at the building. I know people are curious and asking questions. So I said, well, come on over. We'll take you on a tour. Anybody that wants to go. So. But,
Well, if they end up taking you up on it, let me know and I'll go with you.
okay, sounds good.
Now that I know where my hard hat is.
Did you lose another hard hat?
Oh, it's right where I left it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
gentlemen. Jeff, you have something? I see you're not on the agenda. You're with him?
I'm with Rob.
All right.
Got his back.
You're the security?
He got my back. I'm not sure.
Oh. Come on up, you guys.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Just Jen and I today. I have some HR updates and a few verbal requests and then a couple IT comments and then Jen and I'll continue the budget discussion or other matters of fiscal concern. So I'll just jump right in if that's okay. So first and foremost, we welcomed Sandy Christopher to the HR department last week and we're thrilled to have her. She's doing a great job. She's already kind of jumped in the deep end of the pool this week and is doing a great job and I sincerely appreciate it. So we're welcome Sandy to the HR team. asking for a verbal to advertise for a casual communication officer for the MD department. The current casual communication officer accepted the full-time position as currently open and is being advertised for. This would be a union position, step one, $18.58 an hour. Do you want to add anything to that?
No, here to answer questions. Does that mean I have to have a question?
Nope.
You're at your pleasure.
Go forth and good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Asking for verbal authorization to advertise for the clerical admin assistant 2 in elections, internal only for 10 days. If the auditor doesn't receive any internal applications, then we would move forward to post externally. We had an employee within the department request to be transferred to the accounts payable position, opening up the elections position. The current accounts AP clerk submitted her resignation last week. Heather, I know Brenda sent an email to the commissioners. Do you have anything to add to that?
Not unless you have questions.
No questions here.
No questions here either.
And the senior accountant / chief account position was posted last week with Prothman. We were able to get through all of the posting information. And so it's posted internally as well on the NeoGov, but it's now Prothman has sent it out to 3 or 4 different major groups. So we hope to see some results there.
So they send it out to 3 or 4 major groups.
Well, they have a group, last I heard, 6,000 plus people in an email system. They have a Facebook, and then I can't remember the third one. They have a different place they post these positions, probably links to some of the fiscal groups in the states, financial groups. So they have a pretty extensive network of folks that they link these to. So, which is,
I hope so,
we do too.
because we do a lot of that other stuff by ourselves.
Yeah. No. Yes. Let you know that the contract for the EAP renewal is on the consent agenda today. Employees will start paying tax on the Washington State Long-Term Care Trust January 1st. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Employees will have the option to opt out of paying for the tax if they can provide proof that they have their own personal policy. Proof of policies will need to be submitted to the state by November 1st. If the application is approved, the exempt employee must submit written notification to their employer. We will be meeting with the auditor's office to see how this will be implemented. We'll have more information next Tuesday for you. I know there was discussion from one employee about is the county considering a group policy that employees could access, and at least at this point, we don't have any plans to do that. We wouldn't contribute towards it. It would be payroll deduction, which creates work on the auditor's office. So we haven't had any discussions about that. Employees can go out on the open market and buy these plans if they choose. So at least at this point, we don't have any plans to bring forward a group benefit. And PEB isn't offering one either. Typically, they get ahead of these things, but we haven't heard any word that they're offering something as part of this benefit package that we're part of. Anything to add to that, Heather? No. Okay. Summer intern job postings. We have 7 jobs available within 5 departments, 5 jobs in Goldendale, 2 jobs in White Salmon. First review is later this week. Solid Waste has 2 jobs, 1 in Goldendale, 1 in White Salmon. Public Health has 2 jobs, 1 in Goldendale, 1 in White Salmon. Adult Probation, 1 in Goldendale. Planning Department, 1 in Goldendale. And Emergency Management, 1 in Goldendale.
So you are doing one.
Yes.
I thought you were saying you weren't going to have time this year. I didn't think you were.
Correct. My lead communications officer came to me with a different idea of how to use that person, and I agreed with that idea.
Perfect.
Great.
Go forward with that.
So it helps a little
Have you
bit.
received any applications?
Yes.
It won't be on the emergency management side.
I don't know.
I don't want to dispatch side.
I think Casey told me.
Sorry, I missed the question.
I was for help.
Sorry.
Columbia Gorge Airport update. Commissioner Anderson and I are continuing to work on that process. Nothing to report to the commissioners today on my part, but Commissioner Anderson, he updated me this morning on some things, so we'll keep the commissioners informed as that moves forward. The salary study that you authorized and funded, we had our first meeting with them last week, and they're putting together a timeline and an email that we'll send out to all employees, and then a potential timeline of the study so employees know where, what's happening, throughout the next 8 to 10 weeks.
When are we gonna have I guess I would say an answer to that to see if this could be a budget hit or whatnot?
In the goal we stated with them is the end date would be the first week of October so that we could get that into the budget process. So we started on time. It's a lot of work, but they're still hopeful that we can. They say they're having difficulty getting information from the state for some reason. From other counties, we'll have to help with that. Everybody's busy with all the COVID, so it's a tremendous amount of information that we ask our partners for. So, but we'll assist with that when we can. So our intent is to get it so if you approve it, you could consider including it in this year's budget if you chose. The AWC, the Association of Washington City Salary Survey is a big part of that, and we participate and we use that for the 5 bargaining units. So we'll be negotiating starting in August, and we've completed our portion of that by the deadline. So just keeping updated on that. So that's it for HR, unless there's any questions about HR related before I jump into some IT stuff.
No, I'm good.
Couple things I mentioned before, I think our last update, we're on the calendar for November to receive the no-cost upgrade to our website. We did that. We just put a placeholder because they're so far out. We're still working with them to see what that looks like and what that is. It's basically everything but migration of information. It's not that extreme, but it potentially would be a whole new look to the website. It's a substantial upgrade. And we'll have a lot of input of what that looks like. So just let you know, we are on the calendar for November as a placeholder. There is no cost to that. And I did mention to Commissioner Christopher the other day that it was nice. I had an IT employee approach me out on the sidewalk saying, I heard you guys were thinking of trying to find somebody to deal with the web, webmaster, so to speak. She said, I'd be interested in doing that. A good relationship with Civic Plus. I'd be willing to take on those duties. She says, why spend the money when we can do it in the IT department? So we're working with Jeff on that, but I was pleased to have an employee come forward and say that, hey, I can do that, and I'm qualified to do that. And I'm interested in doing that.
I'm pleased that we have an employee willing to jump on a situation like that, but I'm also pleased because to me, it's absolutely imperative. They did a training last week that I looked over the shoulder and watched, and I think our departments that need it the most weren't even on the training, but the rest of them were thoroughly confused. They don't do it often enough. It's not going to get used. We have to have somebody that's going to do it, and to not have to pay a webmaster $120,000 or some crazy number is very encouraging to me.
So as Jeff and I, we've had a chance to thoroughly talk about it. I mean, departments would be and should be still responsible for their content, but I've been told by a number of departments, sometimes they only change something once a year. There's things that have to get done, and then they tend to forget how to do it, or the person who knew how to do it's left. So having an in-house person that can be that resource for those things that.
I think there's still going to be departments like Gibby might want to continue to do hers.
Oh, sure.
She enjoys it.
This will be a resource.
For the ones that don't.
Exactly.
They need a little help, but I think when we do upgrade the website, we'll probably end up adding more information on it. So our staff person, if we so choose that, might be a little busier at that, but after that, I don't think they're going to be that busy on it. They'll just be facilitating updates. So
I see why you'd be still hiding your mask. Because you can still see
hey,
your guys.
if you don't want to do the website, that's fine. I thought you enjoyed it.
I just think there's a lot of tools that can be utilized that are not being utilized. Right
Agreed.
now.
Agreed. Moving on. I think the website itself is a great tool for efficiency and for information, and we just have to.
Oh, I'm sure it can do much more than we currently have it doing.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we had a recommendation from the auditors last year that the county needed to select a national standard for risk assessment for our system, and we've done that. Management's responsible for safeguarding the accuracy and integrity of all the county data. We've adopted the Center for Internet Security. They have 18 different areas, and we're working on all 18 areas. Some of it's confidential information. We don't want to publish specific software we use for firewalls and other things like that, but we have adopted a national standard, and we've documented in 16 of the 18 what we're doing to comply with that national standard. It's an ongoing thing we'll always be doing, but we wanted to notify the commissioners that we have adopted that standard and have a lot of things in place already. And we just didn't have them underneath a standard. So we're working on that as well, which brings up an issue that we deal with on a daily basis that I think we're trying to put together a policy and procedure. Almost anything we buy these days plugs into the internet. The HVAC systems in the jail plug into the internet. Basically, the entire new building will plug into the internet. The electronic curtains can plug into the internet. The AV system will be connected to the internet. All of this needs upgrading and monitoring, and all of it provides a security risk because each one of those pokes a hole in our security. Even worked with the jail, or the sheriff's office, their new taser charging system is plugged into the internet to monitor to the tasers, make sure that the software is updated. Each one of those, and we deal with dozens of these a day, are potential the risk to our system and require being monitored by staff, being plugged into the firewall. So we're doing a couple things. For the new building, I think we're creating two systems, so some of the things won't reside on the county's system where we have confidential information. It'll be a separate system. We're trying to figure that out. What we're going to try to do is put together a checklist that has levels of security risks. So when somebody says, hey, I want to buy this and it needs to plug into the internet, then we'll do a risk assessment on that item. A lot of that stuff is on the internet. A lot of that stuff is within Jeff's association of the risk factors. And then if Jeff can approve it, he will. If not, he'll kick it to me. And if I'm not comfortable approving it because of the risk potential, then I'll bring it to the commissioners for approval so that we have so then the departments also realize what their process is. And if something rises to a high level of risk, I can't assume that, or Jeff can't assume that, we'll bring it to the commissioners. But just have a process in place to evaluate each one. And then departments would know ahead of time that they would need to let us know so we can process whatever that item is through the system and protect the security of our data. At least one county in the state was completely shut down when they had an incursion into their security system. And the news is full of folks looking to get into other people's systems. And so we're working on that currently. We'll bring that forward to you just so you can see it once we get it, and we get it in a draft form. So I think that's for IT. Any questions for IT? All right, I'm going to kick it over to Jan, and we'll end with fiscal services.
Good morning. Just a couple updates regarding the American Rescue Plan. Our contract was submitted on May 26th. As of today, I am not seeing that we received the first tranche. Is that accurate?
We have, yep.
Oh, we have received it. Perfect. Then this morning I was on a webinar with Treasury. On the 17th, they issued new guidance for the reporting and the counting of these funds. I just gave it to Heather what that is. Treasury has set up a specific set of expense categories that we're required to report and account within. So I'll leave that up to the auditor's office to figure out how to make that work within our financial system. Merry Christmas.
Don't thank us.
Yeah. So, other than that, nothing really new. It did look, there's some verbiage on the FAQs that there's potential to have financial software be considered as COVID mitigation activities. So, I mean, they say enhancement of public health data systems. You know, WFAO had said that's quite possible that that could be software updates the county as a whole. So we'll just keep watching on how that transpires. It would be easier for it to fall under that bucket than to try and do the lost revenue situation. Any questions on that?
Encouraging.
And then the rest of it, I was going to open the door to continue the discussion from last week on the budget analysis and direction from you guys as to where to go with the 2022 budget development process under the general fund. The auditor's office does need some direction on verbiage for the memo to go out to departments here really soon.
Yeah, along that lines, it would normally go out this week, would it not?
Yes.
Like 29th or something.
Mhm.
So Jen and I have talked about this today, but I think we talked about it last week. Maybe some direction, because that letter needs to go out, would be potentially to create a status quo budget with a disclaimer that there will be additional changes, but at least lets the departments get started on putting together their information. Most of them probably already have, but at least they know that they're not going to add anything potentially. Or you could put, don't add anything unless you have money to cover it like you did last year. So, but you know, the same direction you gave last year with the disclaimer that, you know, this is a starting point, and that additional direction will be given.
And I think additional direction could be given to each department as see fit based on our conversations with them. But right now, when we're looking at the budget, we're looking at status quo. But if you've got big grants coming in, I don't know if it's natural resources or something, then you know, it's going to go up. So we have to put that caveat in there.
Just saying, I do have a question. Or if a department wants to spend money, and I'm just looking at you, not sitting behind the post, which is why everybody else sits behind the post. If a department wants to buy something, what is the dollar threshold that they have to come to us for approval?
I think it's $5,000. That's not the process they have to go. I mean, they have to do other things to get different thresholds to get quotes and or verbal quotes, but I think the commissioners approve anything over $5,000.
Yes,
If it's IT, it's
1,500 for IT.
1,500 for IT.
Now, if
Yeah,
it's something
lower.
that's within the budget, say a department comes in and presents that, other than automobiles, I do not, you're giving those departments authorization when you approve that budget.
When you approve
But the automobiles do need to have
But
authorization.
that line item will be in that budget. I'm just saying if there's a line item in that budget that doesn't say laptop, and then all of a sudden, can they go get a laptop?
It has to go through.
But anything over
IT.
1,500 would have to come here if it's a laptop.
It's
or
still gonna
anything.
go through IT though, which prepares that, helps that department and brings it to you.
And then you got just chairs.
See, Jeff chairs wouldn't go through IT though, so that would be, how did that have to come? That's why I'm confused, because if it's 5,000, why did that have to come there? Unless, was that just not in the budget, or are you just being friendly and sharing?
So they're not specific line items in the budget for each item that we purchase, you know, in our general budget. You know, the line items are more general, small tools, minor equipment, so on and so forth. That was not in my original plan for that year. So I sought your additional approval. And that's a discretionary.
Right, I guess that was kind of my question, is there can some of these departments have a kind of a budget that has a little discretionary fund over here that they're not using and usually don't use, but they want to keep that in case they want something over here without having to get approval on it or upgrade a budget? Because when I look at the budgets, it's just, it seems like some of the departments, there's just a big chunk that they just never use, 13, 15% year over year. And I'm just kind of curious why it's there. I kind of like true math, as true as possible. As close as possible as we can get the actual revenue numbers, and as close as possible as we can get the actual expenditure numbers.
Well, I think, that's a
It's a big ask for that.
I think,
I can speak to my department, like in the radio system. I have the built-in annual preventative maintenance for different contractors, 3 of them. But then there are unexpected, spontaneous, and sometimes emergent repairs and maintenance that have to come up. So we build a certain percentage into that maintenance line in our budget to account for those things. So we don't have to come back for a supplemental unless it's constantly larger.
I'm not aware of any department that knowingly builds in a contingency plan. I think we're going to be providing better historical information to departments, and there may be times where a line item is budgeted year after year after year, not spent. Maybe it's for small tools repair or something. And the flip of that is if you don't have that in there and a $500 repair comes up, then they got to either find it somewhere else in their budget or come get a supplemental. So, and we historically spend 94, 95% of the overall.
It is 95%.
Yeah. And I don't think you want to spend 100% because then you start, it's good to have a balance. And I think in some cases they're making educated guesses based on prior years of so it's hard to get it exact.
And I would speak to like the revenue side on like REITs, for example. Nobody would have predicted the amount of transactions that would be going through for real estate. So we put in what was the best number. Interest income is another one. I mean, who would have, we adjusted it down in the last budget. We did kind of look and go, we don't think it's going to be as good, but we didn't think it was going to be as bad. So when you're looking at those numbers, you're kind of looking at history to project to the future. And sometimes.
But now when you do the next one, what would you take, say that REIT number, would you, last year we made this, or would you go, no, let's just be safe?
I would probably not put it way up to the sky. But I would maybe raise it a little
Adjust your
bit.
floor a little bit.
Yeah, do you know what I'm
See if you
saying?
get a historical.
Right, because you're not gonna suspect it's gonna get to a peak and stay there, or keep going at the projected schedule.
Right.
But then you could be wrong, like interest, for example. I would suspect that we will have a very low interest number for next year. And we would beat it, which would be okay. But we're gonna have to really ratchet that back.
And I think that's one of the beauties of the course, Jen. No, thank you, Greg. That's important. Thank you. Like the general fund information she gave you by department, departments are gonna have a new format to see the 3, 5, 10-year history of their budgets. And I think it's assumed and expected that with 2 new commissioners, the budget discussions are going to be lengthier, and you may ask those questions about, well, I see you budgeted this and don't spend it, and there may be a good answer. I'm assuming there's a good answer.
I hope there's a good answer.
But is there?
I was going to say that I would put that also in your little letter to let everybody know, the status quo or whatever, but also that because there are 2 new commissioners, they may get, we may dive deeper than they've ever had to dive before and to be prepared for that.
Well, I think
you have the answers to explain their math.
We've talked about that at the finance committee as well, and Jen and I, as part of the budget process, that we need to build in, and we need to build in much more time. 10 minutes isn't enough time to cover some of these departments. Maybe it is a couple years from now when
Part of that is as these people come in here, they're going to have to, I can't speak for Jake, but they're also going to have to educate me. So.
Are you okay with us drafting a letter? We can work with Heather. I think Brenda's out for a few days for your email that would go out on your behalf, but we would draft it based on what we've heard and then have you 2 look at it because Commissioner Sauter won't be back in time to get this letter out. Is that okay? Heather, is that all right? Okay. Perfect. Thank you for that. So yes, to all your questions, I think we need to look at all of that and provide them the information if they don't already have it to look at that. I know Greg's done a great job getting the revenue information out, the cash balances and those kind of things so that they can monitor that and track that as well on the revenue side, so. So it's already started. I mean, once this letter goes out, then, you know, then the bell goes off and we're in the process.
Phase 1 packets have already been delivered to my office, which I will be going through this week, and any building requests, facility requests, and IT requests will be sent off to Public Works and IT. And then this letter will go out, and then phase 2 will start.
And the departments are well aware the discussions are starting and paying attention. I mean, potentially revisiting the allocation of landfill funds, looking at other things, you know. We're gonna
Do you have, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you have an idea or an understanding? Dave was talking about, I guess I would say redistribution, wrong word, but of the funds we give to Public Works for roads and reallocating those here. Do you have an understanding of that, or should I be waiting and learning that from Dave?
Can't speak for Commissioner Sauter. I think what he was alluding to is all the money that you distribute from the landfill is discretionary. Some of it has hooks and ties and, you know, it's connected potentially to grant matching and other things. And I think he was just making a reference that the money that you allocate for Public Works, like other departments, senior services, I think he's mentioned that. He mentioned last year during the budget bill that senior services, and he was, in his words, on notice that their allocations, Public Works has been flat, senior services has been growing up. It's not an opinion,
right?
But I think he was just
putting everybody on notice.
Yeah, I can't speak for him, but it's discretionary, and that whether it's a good idea or not, or has connections or unintended consequences, that would be for Gordy to present to you and when that time comes, so that you're fully informed on the implications of doing so or not doing so. But the general fund needs either expense relief or revenue support, probably both. So. We know Dave's not here today. Commissioner Sauter, any other? It was a big thing to get some direction on the letter so we can at least get the process started. Is there any other thoughts that you want to share, or
Questions that you have?
I want departments to know what you're thinking, or just, I think
Something
we have.
else you want me to dive into after looking at that analysis report?
No, I want you to bring me good news.
Bring you what?
Good news.
Right next year.
I'm all doom and gloom this year.
This year it survived. No,
But then again, you know, we did just get, what, 2.2 million deposited into the account? 2.1 million. It's not as
no,
doom
but
and gloom.
that's,
If you call that real money.
Whoa, now.
that needs to go other places and not just fixing a hole.
And as a reminder, it can't fix our hole.
Well, and one of the things you-
Fully legally can't fix our hole.
One of the things
Because that's gonna be asked by out there is what I
We
use
get-
that to fix that.
So, okay,
We can recover lost revenue, not revenue off of a growth rate, whether it's ours or whether it's the federal 4.1% growth rate. Whichever one is bigger, we can recover that and then use to some parameters of general government services. But we cannot use it off of prior to COVID projections, AKA budgets that we.
okay, so, first question would be, you've got new updates on what it can and can't be used for. Could it be used for purchasing of the body cameras for the sheriff's department? I mean,
If that somehow fell under COVID mitigation, yes.
I don't know that if we spend it on smaller items,
that's not a small item.
well, it's not a huge item either. I don't know, I'm just kind of scared of the amount of paperwork involved to do a bunch of
Um,
smaller items as opposed to bigger items.
So this is a question, not a statement, Lena Jen, we haven't rehearsed this one.
We haven't rehearsed anything today.
Yeah, that's true. You know, if we can capture some of this, I believe under the proper categories, it could free up other funds that could do that kind of thing because you freed up other money potentially.
We just have to make sure it's captured under the required general government services. Then we can potentially free up.
And one thing you've talked about trying to fund with this, and you've said it, I think each of you, but not officially nor a resolution, that the financial software would be a primary use of trying to use this money, which would be 1 million plus. I'm assuming, we don't know for sure, but we're all pretty much assuming it's $1 million to $1.25 million. So that would pretty much eat up the first payment, and we've all kind of talked about until this second one shows up. There's no guarantee we're going to get it. Years a long ways away, but anyway.
There is another couple of things that I learned this morning is that we also have to make public, potentially public statements and definitely transparency that we are hitting the White House's agenda as well. And so there's a couple White House civil rights and equal opportunity
Do
and
we have to
diversity.
spend part of this on that?
We have to make it transparent that we are hitting all of the White House's agendas. So I will dive more into that. I just learned that like an hour and a half
Sounds like the
ago.
body cameras are now in.
And then one thing that's important, I think we're scheduled for 1:15 to 3:15 on Thursday. I've looked at the budget.
Not-
No,
This Thursday.
not this Thursday. I thought I
We're
saw
in
that.
Stevenson, so.
I don't think we have a workshop for 2 weeks.
Talk to you in
And that this week. Okay, well, that's all set. Sorry.
It's okay.
It was the 8th, this is the next one.
Because I think one of the big things we talked about was a lot of the things you discussed at the last meeting, all should be discussed, all should be looked at, all relevant, but each one of those has a whole different set of participants, whether it be an outside entity or departments or fund manager, whoever, you know, each of those has a different constituency internally and externally. And trying to narrow that list down to the ones you want to, there was a lot of discussion about the wastewater, so who would be involved in that discussion and who would be part of it and who would lead it. And, you know, you also talked about fees, isn't a significant amount of money, you know, but it should be looked at, but it wouldn't be relevant to this year's budget necessarily. So that work can take place over the course of the year potentially.
Yes, I'm gonna apologize in advance to everybody for making your budget process messy this year.
Just
But that's the way it's gonna be,
it's thorough.
thoroughly messy.
No. So that's, you know, that's kind of some of the direction we'll need early as we can get it from you or not. I mean, if none of those discussions are going to happen then. So
They all need to happen, but they all need to happen in the order of relevance, I guess I would
some can
say.
happen for this budget process, some can happen for next, you know, start now to be ready for next year. Some
The bigger dollar items need to be talked about first and the smaller items last for the most part, so.
each set of constituency has its
Yeah.
supporters.
So we're gonna be meeting with Skamania County Commissioners coming up on Thursday. We've got a list of things to talk about. One of that is gonna be financial software. They're looking at hopefully doing the same thing. I don't think that they have a fiscal manager like Jen, like we have to really dive deep and, you know, of their financial struggles in the county. Is there anything you think would be good for us to talk to them about? I'm thinking trying, you know, if we're both looking at financial software, it would behoove us to work kind of together so that we're, you know, learning from each other, working together, trying to synchronize the way we do things as much as possible. We're all counties, we all do the same thing. There's not a whole lot of difference.
For that specific one, I would add Greg and Heather on behalf of Brenda to the, I think
Well,
they use
Justin and
Kayenta.
too, everybody's included.
Well, I'm just talking about the financial software. I think they use Kayenta as well in that county, do they not?
I don't believe.
You don't think so? Okay, so
I think theirs is held together with duct tape as well.
Yeah, I think they're in worse shape than we are a little bit, but
So-
I don't know.
that might be a,
Are you talking about, I guess are you talking about some kind of a partnership on the new stuff, or are you just talking about training together, or where are you going with this?
All the above, just trying to make sure that, you know, if we're doing something, I hate recreating the wheel. And maybe we can get better prices if you're looking at it in bulk and you're bringing two counties to the table.
so we don't have at this moment anything else that we would suggest, Jeff or Heather, on behalf of the auditors or Greg,
If
treasurer.
you have anything you'd like us to add to that agenda, that's where I was going.
Whether it's financial or whatever, it's an across the board agenda, so.
'Cause I'm not sure I'm aware, everybody else might know. Do we share anything with them now? I know we share WSU, but is there other services that
Oh,
we
yeah.
share with?
Log app type stuff.
Log app, but no,
Well, then you've got, our environmental health goes down there and does work for them.
Gotcha.
A couple other departments do work for them. Natural resources, you know, helps them out regularly.
The White Sands School District is partially in the account.
I do with conservation district.
Yep.
Our disabilities programs also ran by them.
Yeah, yeah. So it goes both ways. Yeah, our program's actually down there.
that's good to know. I was thinking more in terms of
CASA program too is.
okay, direct county services, but that's good to know. Those are all partnerships and for services, so. Okay, if we come up with anything, we'll,
Yeah, just something to think about.
thank you for the opportunity to do that, so. Anything else that you would like to discuss today?
Nope, go home. Well, not home, but.
I think she was just said, okay.
I know what you meant.
I'm talking to him, but
I know.
he's got more parts and places to be than here.
I know what you meant, thank you, Commissioner. So,
Well, are you gonna take this afternoon off?
I don't.
Please.
If you can.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I have to.
We can wait for you, sir. We will miss you, but we can wait for you.
Thank you.
Greg, do you have anything?
No,
Or Heather?
not really.
Let it go away.
Well, you're the last one in the room, you're gonna get stuck talking.
No, I guess the only thing while you guys are both here is just an update I do see on when you go down to the Skamania meeting. I have been doing quite a bit of research on your timber money.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it gets allocated out in the same way that the taxes are collected. And it's per RCW.
So the junior taxing districts.
Yep.
Does the state get any of this?
They've already taken their portion out of it when they sent it to us.
So the state schools get their. portion.
That part I don't know. I need to double check on that. That actually would be a good, I will validate that.
Does any, yeah, because any of the state get any?
The state took their 25, because
They get their 25% that goes back to the DNR fund.
Yeah.
But then we allocate it based on the,
So so then possibly we would have to include state school in that as well. But I will find out. I will validate. But it's
Because it's
7964 110. 1A3, I guess, or 1A2.
yeah. So that's been a big discussion. But, and I know Tom Lannon probably knows all those answers if you'd want to give him a call.
Yeah, I got the name of the person. I don't know. I'll have to look at which person. There's two people that I'm dealing with, one person on the timber side and one person on the accounting side. Because they didn't know kind of each side, but I did go out and find, we did get 491,000 for that, so.
And that was last month.
That came in on the 31st, but like I say, what happens is on the very last day, we get money and it's like, we don't know where, so we have to go through and do the research of calling DNR, so a lot of times it gets put to suspense for the time being till we can figure out where to put it. And
But
then
that 491 is not just us, it's all taxing
that's what,
districts and
yes,
everybody.
I believe it's just a matter of whether it's gonna include school or not.
Yeah, because school is the big
School's a
one.
big chunk, yeah, yep. So, and I would guess that they have not paid, I would guess that they are excluded from that,
But
but I will find out.
it's not a tax though, it's a revenue.
Yeah, but it's a revenue on property that's not paying a tax, so in theory, it's going to the folks that in that area that would get it. So, I mean, the way the RCW reads, I mean, just specifically is, it says payments made under this subsection are to be paid, distributed, and prorated, except as otherwise provided in this subsection. You know how these are. Same manner as general taxes are paid and distributed during the year of payment.
I would imagine other counties deal with this quite commonly.
Yeah, that's what I said, Tom.
Yeah, Thurston County does it the same way. I called them. But there's a whole chunk in there and so that's what, yes, but it gets split out to the taxing. So the general fund will get a big chunk, the road fund will get a big chunk. And then obviously there's, I'd have to go in and look. I believe it's TCA 40 or 41. But I don't know. So what the hospital to.
So how does that work with like levies and everything?
We just go in however the taxes are there. So however their taxes would be distributed is how we would go in and prorate or distribute out the dollars.
Right, but if we've got to do the whole thing with the assessors and then the levy, and then everybody pays into it and it brings in a certain amount of money to give to that taxing district. And then you have this thing that just comes in and rolls in at the end. Does that bump up how much they're going to get? Like if they run a levy for 2 million and then this money comes in, now they're going to get more than 2 million?
Yes, that is exactly what they're going to get. But there's also the part where you have taxes that are billed that are recalculated exemptions. Like for example, here a couple meetings ago, you guys did an exemption. I know this isn't the same TCA, but you guys granted an exemption for somebody to go beyond the 3-year period back to Marzilla's, was it, or something like that?
Yes.
And so that got tax revenue came off of what they were expecting to get this, and then now they're only going to get whatever. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's a couple of different pieces. So yes, that does go into, yes, that is, we try to figure out how to deal with the bad, but the good just kind of gets to be up there, and
right.
We don't adjust accordingly.
Okay.
So, but anyway, so that's what I know.
So
on
our general fund is what percentage then?
I don't know the numbers. I'm gonna have to go run them, and it's gonna depend on what it is with schools. So I will figure out exactly what that is, but I've just kind of talked.
We might only get like 10% of the.
I think it's gonna be maybe a little, well, and the thing is, in the general fund, yes, but then the road fund is gonna.
Yeah, another 10%.
The same, yeah.
So I will put them together and I can send you whichever, however, but I'll keep you in the loop. But I talked to Thurston County late last week, and so.
All right, sounds good.
You bet.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
And do you have anything?
I do. Lee sent us email with the draft letter.
Yes.
So if you'd like to go over that.
Yes.
Well, she really chopped my wording out of there. I just looked at that. It's like half of what I had.
It's your prerogative to change it. Basically, when I do a letter, I try to get, what the issue is.
Short, sweet, to the point is
Yeah.
supposed to be.
She's not wordy.
I'm wordy.
We know.
When I'm trying to make a point, I'm wordy.
I saw a few things. RSA key still pulling it back up. In here, so your statements were threatening and intimidated elected officials, county employees.
I'd say that's exactly where I'm at. I would pull the where out. Your statement's threatening and intimidating elected officials. I would
And-
Or and say threatening and intimidating. That's where I was
And
just,
intimidating of elected officials, county employees. And it should be a tax, not a tax.
I didn't catch that one.
I was trying to zoom and hurry all.
Yeah,
of
I
a
know.
Oh, no,
You
you're
kept
doing
running
great.
out of the room and
And by a constitution. And I think we could just end it with separation of powers is written in our constitution.
yeah, I think that needs to be in there.
Yeah, you want the Generations America Fight and Died For part?
That's my,
Yeah, that's what I was saying. To the point.
Okay,
So into the constitution.
and other than
I
that,
think is it legislatures, is that spelled correctly? I'm not sure.
I'll check it.
Law. However, with that. So it says, while we truly appreciate you and dedication to the citizens. Your truly appreciate your dedication. Believe the word and county. That's a really long one. In doing so, they gave the power to determine what is or not constitutional of the courts and whether we personally like a particular law.
oh yeah, I'm really good at run-on sentences, by the way.
Governor's oral declaration. But you love the comma. Or if we personally think that it is unconstitutional. There shouldn't be a comma when, or if we personally think that it is unconstitutional. I think you should say your statements were threatening and intimidating to elected officials. County. And then just put.
Well, you can always put it as your statements.
To elected
were-
officials and county employees. We don't need to say the health department because there's other departments.
You could say it as your statements were construed as threats, which is a little less
That's a little less, yes.
forceful. And we're not,
Or construed.
putting words in his mouth, but that's the way it was interpreted, so.
Yeah, your statements were construed as threatening and intimidating elected officials as county employees. Yeah, and then we'll see what Dave says. Have we heard back from Dave?
No.
Did you send him a text message to let him know you sent it to him?
I don't actually have a company cell phone. I'll figure it out and get it to him. He
Okay.
does have email on his phone.
On his phone?
Yeah.
I just didn't know.
Yeah, and if you shot it out to him before that, yeah, he's gonna be able to. Third paragraph, we do live in a nation of laws. Are you looking at that?
No, I don't have it.
Oh, sorry. Did we, the bottom of that paragraph, I don't know if Jake already got it or not. It says, or if we personally think that, comma, it is unconstitutional, that comma should be removed.
Third paragraph.
Bottom
I'll
of the
make the changes
paragraph,
and then
second
resend
word.
it to you guys.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, bottom of that paragraph, second word.
I really appreciate your.
Oh, yeah, love writing letters in public. Sorry for not being. able
Yeah,
to-
sorry, Zoom people, we're writing a letter in public. You'll all see it later.
It's part of your discussion.
I don't, it's the only
It's the only
time,
way we can
it's
write. a
the
letter
only
today.
time we can do that is right now, so.
I kind of wanted to give you an update if you're done with the letter at the moment.
Yep.
I did meet with the treasurer and his staff yesterday and discussed maybe a fall surplus auction.
Okay.
He wants to, he's strongly considering doing it online like he's done the property.
It worked.
And so they're working with a company and he'll be meeting with with Public Works as well, because they'll be part of the helping. And I think he's working out some really neat ideas to be efficient.
Good.
And hopefully, prices would even be up. So, and that's a process where I'll send out an email and call for items from all departments. And I'm gonna do that even before the date is set and kind of give them a deadline. And that way, larger items, they need to actually do their own resolution and surplus, like
To
it's vehicles.
Yep.
A lot of the other stuff will be on a resolution that your office prepares. And that also will set the date of the public hearing. And then we have to have a public hearing.
Before we do that.
And once that's all done, we have to add certain ways that the RCWs call for advertising, and we'll go through that whole process. So he kind of was
And you're gonna
thinking,
keep all of the departments up to date on the, I guess I would say with reminders that they need to have this stuff done.
they'll receive a couple of them, but it's
Still up to them
Up to
to
them.
get their
right.
job done. Okay. I was gonna bring it up to Gordy when he was here and I forgot about the possibility of installing a camera over the parking lot that we're starting to lose kind of the converters on. I forgot, so I'm gonna have to tell him directly, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys?
No, that's it. Is there a way to get this scanned
Yes,
so that I have it digitally?
If there is nothing else, we will recess until 1 p.m. Thank you all, Zoom landers.
Is that all?
Perfect timing. Yep, votes on a Klickitat.
Oh, you got that one too, huh?
Wow, why does everybody send email right before, so I don't have time to read it? Okay. Is Dave in?
he is not coming on. He was ordering the plane. Evidently that had been moved up. He did email, I've got written confirmation that he approved the letter.
Okay, good enough.
And he asked that staff will sign for him.
Okay. And we will add that to, well, if he's gonna approve it, if he's already done that, we can put it in board pending.
I don't know why we were.
Yeah, we'll just do it in board pending. That would make more sense. Okay, being 1 o'clock, we are going to open the regular business meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on June 22nd, 2021. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody was. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we need an approval of the business agenda.
You want a roll call first?
We can do a roll call, yeah. Roll call, we have Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Christopher in chambers, and Commissioner Sauter is boarding a plane to go to Hawaii.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the business agenda with one add-on under new business at 145, lease agreement with Juniper Point Radio and microwave transmission site and steel radio tower.
I will step down and second the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, we're going to move into the commissioner meeting minutes.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion that we approve the commissioner meeting minutes for June 1st, 2021 as presented.
I will step down and second the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, I'm surprised you didn't do all three.
Oh, the last time I tried, they told me they wanted them separately.
All right, well,
Do we want them separately or do we want me to wrap them all together?
In the past, we have done them all together.
Okay. Well,
It
then I'll do
depends,
the
maybe
next
like
two
if
all
someone's
together.
not here, maybe one particular commissioner's not present. You know, that's at your discretion.
No, I'll wrap them together. Wrap them together. Well, then Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the commissioner meeting minutes for June 8th and June 15th, 2021 as presented.
I will step down and second the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We're now going to move into citizen comment. Please, comments will be limited to 7 minutes per individual. And we have until 1:30. *6 on your phone to unmute yourself, and we will try, or raise your hand if you're on Zoom, and we will try to flag us down and we'll get to you. I don't see anybody currently unmuted.
5380.
5380. Are you there?
Hello?
Hi. We can hear
Yes,
you.
oh, I'm here.
Please
Yes.
state your name and where you live. It doesn't have to, just the area. It doesn't have to be your address.
My name is Janet Esley. I live in White Salmon, Washington.
Okay.
And I wanted to comment on my concern for the statements that Sheriff Songer published in Gorge News regarding his declaration that he is the arbiter of legislation, persecution, judicial appointments, and has so authorized his deputies to proceed as per his religious beliefs and political opinions. And I am concerned about that in terms of pursuit of democracy in the county, and also regarding his statements for the public safety of county health people and volunteers and citizens such as myself who feel that our willingness, our desire, our happiness that public health people have found vaccines, have made them available, and that the rest of the public has, for the most part, been willing to wear masks and socially distance each other, both at businesses and in public spaces, so that a contagious disease is not spread amongst people, one that is fatal for many people, as you know. In any case, I feel somewhat threatened personally by his statements, and I know that you are not his boss, but any help that I can get from other public officials to know that not everybody agrees with Sheriff Songer would make me feel better. There.
Thank you so much, Janet, for your comment. We have coming up under board pending a letter that has been drafted from the BoCC that may or may not be adopted by the board. So thank you so much. And if you stay on all the way through this, you might be able to hear it. Otherwise, you'll probably see it on the website.
You also,
Thank you.
This meeting today has been recorded, and we did have a discussion on this. for the first half hour of today. So once that gets aired tomorrow or so, you should be able to go back and watch the first half hour of today's meeting, and we kind of covered this topic pretty well.
Thank you, Commissioner Christopher.
Thank you.
And thank you, Janet. Okay, who's next?
5380.
53.
How do, how,
7211.
7211. Your name and where you're
Good
from.
afternoon, Greg Wagner, Goldendale. I'm a member of SEAT, Citizens Educated About Solar Energy. Over the past 8 months, the commissioners have stated multiple times that they know nothing about any solar projects on Knight Road. You stated there is no application before the county concerning solar projects on Knight Road. If this is true, how can Mr. Anderson enact a resolution for a CUP for any energy project connecting to a Knight Road substation if no application has been submitted to the county and you know nothing about the projects on Knight Road? Mr. Anderson's resolution should be rescinded as it is not based on any true facts. It is invalid. Mr. Sauter, unfortunately, is absent. You have made many numerous public comments concerning your bias for solar. You have said if we have solar ordinances, they will just scare away the solar companies. Let me make this clear. I am in favor of wind and solar, or have said I don't want to slow down any solar project. These statements show that you are in favor of solar development. You have a pre-farm point of view, are not open-minded, and cannot render a fair and impartial decision as required by Washington state law. That law is the appearance of fairness doctrine. Therefore, the solar moratorium should not have been rescinded, as you should not have been allowed to vote. Being the fair man you claim, you should have recused yourself from any decision-making concerning solar. You rescinded the moratorium based on your claim that lithium-ion batteries do not pose a danger. This is an assumption on your part, as you have no specialized training or experience in battery safety. CEAS gave you many documents from FEMA, OSHA, National Fire Protection Agency, which you apparently ignored. All this evidence that batteries are a danger. The moratorium should be reenacted. The solar ordinances should be established. Our county attorney told you you need solar ordinance that are laws, but you ignored him. You ignored all the citizens' emails, letters, petitions, signatures, and verbal testimonies that were in favor of the moratorium and for solar ordinances. You refuse to do what the citizens want. You are subverting the will of the people. The commissioners alone should not be allowed to make the final decision. You are not complying with your oath that you took to be a commissioner, which states you will faithfully and impartially discharge the duty of your office. Anderson and Sauter are not impartial. You need to do what's right for the citizens and not big solar. Last week's unwarranted attack on Sherry by Chairman Sauter was uncalled for, and he should make a personal public apology. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Gabrielle.
Gabrielle Gifford, I'm guessing. That was an assumption. Gilbert. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for taking my time to comment. I'm going to be quick about it. The Sheriff's Department and the Sheriff in particular dropped a proclamation down on the 17th of June after his Chris-Ann training that was held. And a lot of the proclamation is coming from the constitutional sheriff and his own take on it. The first proclamation was to declare Jesus as our Savior and divine universe creator. And there has to be separation of state and church. The other problematic part of the proclamation is that he states that he would arrest or take into custody any elected official that he deemed was going against the Constitution. And as a we the people, I'm not going to stand by and allow a sheriff and the department to threaten our elected officials with the possibility of being arrested because he deems something in his own interpretation as what is constitutional and not. And he is not a supreme being, and he is not the only authority. And I think that this experiment with what the sheriff is doing is problematic on so many levels and needs to be addressed. And I don't pay tax dollars to have this kind of nonsense. And that is what I want to speak to, and that this needs to be addressed, and it's unacceptable. And we, the people on this end, are not impressed, and we're not allowing our elected officials to be threatened. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it greatly. And well done, citizens of Klickitat, for coming to public commentary and speaking your minds. It is important that those in power understand what the people are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle. All right. Next, anybody else? Well, I kind of heard somebody. Who was it?
I have a mic off from Sherry.
Is that Sherry? No, Gabrielle's is pulling up. Oh, Gabrielle's done.
Sherry's on. Mic unmuted.
Sherry, are you there? You're not. She's not coming up on my screen.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Good afternoon.
I am hoping to continue the conversation with our county commissioners in a friendly and helpful way that finds a solution for the citizens in the land development area, especially the conditional use. I know I continue to speak about it. However, I am wanting to find solutions how these conditional use permits can work for the citizens' best interest and the environment of Klickitat County best interest for our future. And so I've been told, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know the ordinances. I don't know wax and stuff. So as a lay citizen, not having any government background, let alone any legal RCW interpretations, I've been reading, and I know that Commissioner Anderson has made a resolution to use the conditional use permit for the Knight Road projects or any energy. And again, correct me always, gentlemen, if I am saying something wrong, because I'm not as educated and it's not my job. It's your job to know these things. And I'm just trying to educate myself the best I can by reading and asking questions. So with in consideration that Commissioner Anderson has, implement or requested the conditional use permit for the projects on energy projects connected to Knight Road, and has asked that the citizens trust the process, that this is a good process. I'm still confused on the process. So my question directly, I guess today, is going to be reading the wax, or actually I've been reading the county code itself, and under 19.60.090 conditional use permit, notice of time and place of hearing. And it states, upon the filing of an application for a conditional use permit or a variance, the Board of Adjustment shall set the time and the place for a public hearing in such matter. And so then, that's kind of sounds clear that it says upon the filing of an application. And then also I found in the county's own conditional use permit application that's given to an applicant when they come to our county planning department to ask for a conditional use permit, it states the characteristics of a proposed conditional use shall be reviewed during the application and public hearing process. So my question, those things considered, since Commissioner Anderson is convincing us this is a great process, I'm hoping you have this answer. What exactly is the application phase? What do you consider the application phase of when a developer comes to our planning department and asks for a conditional use permit? I mean, exactly what is that application phase that Klickitat County considers?
Thank you for your comment, Sherry. Since you have 3 minutes left, I do not mind answering this because I've heard that it has been brought up on the radio recently by multiple people. An application has to be considered complete before the county planning department will accept it. So everything that you have seen with the Knight Road substation a pre-submission conference, which is where most of the information that have been addressed through the public records request came from, is not an application. An application is a completed application that is deemed by the responsible official, which is Mochi, and that starts the process. There is no hearing, there is nothing else until an application has been accepted and it starts through that process. Before that, they're liable to change. People go to the communities, they talk to the communities, they amend their applications. You try to find out what can and can't happen in your area, or what people are going to fight against and what you need to deal with.
Okay, since I have 1 minute.
Ma'am,
Since I have 1 minute. No, listen.
It's not proper to interrupt a county commissioner when they're speaking. Do you understand?
Okay, well then you're gonna time me out. You filibuster my time, and I have a question because I feel you're going off rails of what I'm asking. Exactly, for county code is the application phase for that.
As I stated, the application phase begins when the county accepts an application, a completed application. Does that work for you? Do you understand? That's what I was trying to say.
So yeah, let me reiterate if I do understand. So the county considers the application phase being the application all the way through to acceptance. And then that's when the county will put it in front of the Board of Adjustment. Can
I try?
Yes, please.
So picture you want to put in a septic tank at your house. You have to go down to the county, you have to get the paperwork, fill it out with your name and address, tell them what you want to do. You might not submit it, you might talk to the guy down there and go, hey, how deep does this septic tank have to be? That would be a pre-submittal because you haven't turned in your application yet. Once you've figured out what you're going to do, you're going to finish filling out that piece of paper and you're going to hand it in. That is submittal of an application. That's when this whole process starts. That paperwork has not been turned in. They can change their mind tomorrow and decide to move across the street. We can't rule on anything or have a hearing on anything because we don't know what we're having a hearing on until there's actually an application that tells us what they want to do.
So when the developer actually submits the application for the conditional use permit, that is when it is put in front of the Board of Adjustment and opened up for a public hearing.
No, ma'am. No, it has to be a completed application, which means that our county planning department has to review the application for completeness. If it is not complete, it is still not an application until it is accepted as a completed application.
Because if it isn't complete, it will be rejected. They'll have to refill it out and put it back in again.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to discuss further of what the county puts into their own conditional use permit application, because it also states that at the public hearing, this is the things they will discuss with the Board of Adjustment. So again, I'm confused. I feel like there's an application phase that does require some oversight before going into a binding contract with the developer, but.
Yeah, there absolutely will be. The application will go in, there will be a hearing. You will have public comment to the planning director before SEPA. You will have comment during SEPA, and then you will have a public hearing with the Board of Adjustments.
So wait, you're saying there's public comment before SEPA? Because before SEPA, there's supposed to be a public comment period?
You will have access to comment.
Ma'am, your 7 minutes is up, and we have a bunch of people who likely would like to speak.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
We had several more.
Hearing this out.
Okay. Everybody, this is public comment. If you are on their phone, it is *6 to unmute yourself, or you can raise your hand if you're on via Zoom. This is your time. Please raise your hand or unmute yourself and we will get to you.
Vern Harpool.
Vern Harpool. Are you there?
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Vern. Thank you for calling in.
I just wanted to make a comment about the big controversy. My name's Vern Harpool. I am from Lyle. I'm a retired public health officer, and I'd just like to make a comment on how spectacularly well the health department is doing with their immunizations and the county in general. I would like to kind of minimize the controversy with what the sheriff is doing right now. He can have his opinion and we can all go to war about what he should or shouldn't do. But I'd really like to change the focus, at least would encourage you guys to celebrate the amazing, amazing effort that has happened in our county, in our state, in our nation. To put this into perspective, the H1N1, let me see, if you want to, I don't know if you want to see my ugly mug or not. But to put this into perspective, the H1N1 immunizations, over about a year and a half, we immunized something like 23% of the population. In 6 months, we have immunized anywhere from 50 to 70% of the population. It is unprecedented in human history what we've done. And I'm upset and angry about what Sheriff Songer is doing and all of that, but I would like to encourage you guys to sideline that anger and just celebrate what amazing things we, the human race, are doing in our country to help our fellow man. There's always going to be angry people who don't like what we're doing, but I want to just go on record as saying how proud I am of the county and of the health department and what they're doing.
Vern, thank you so much. You'll hear it from me and you'll hear it from Dan and everybody else. We think our health department has been doing a bang up job and we've heard it from hundreds of citizens.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, sir. Next, *6 to unmute yourself or raise your hand if you're on Zoom. Lynn Mason.
Hi, thank you. I'm Lynn Mason from White Salmon, Washington. And I just wanted to add on to what Vern said with the vaccinations. I'd actually like to say it at the health department meeting, but my experience up in Goldendale at the fairgrounds was amazing. It was super organized. People were amazingly friendly. They made it really easy and fun and felt safe in that environment. Plus took your mind off of things when you're getting a vaccination in a horse barn, kind of a nice distraction. So well done, kudos to them and good job. Was really really surpassed my expectations. So that was amazing. But I did want to say something also in response to Vern's comments, and that is about the sheriff. And I know that perhaps some people don't want to focus on the negative elements of society, but I do feel that what Sheriff Songer is bringing to our county is disturbing and dangerous. He's he's on the fringes of being involved with people that are considered domestic terrorists, running a meeting that was the brainchild of a domestic terrorist. And he is bringing, propaganda and information to our county and to our sheriff's department that is political and religious based and really isn't a lot to do with law enforcement, although it's being marketed as that. So no, I disagree with the previous caller. I feel that this should be brought to people's attention and it should be on our minds and it should be talked about in public spaces because it's not okay. So if you haven't done so already, I urge you to read his latest proclamation and be aware of what is being brought into our county under the guise of protecting our Constitution. And I agree with Gabe Gilbert's comments about separating church and state. That is going in the opposite direction of the separation of church and state. And many of the teachings that he's bringing here is promoting the church being very much involved with the state. So yeah, citizens and folks out there, this is something to definitely speak out about and be aware of. And thank you for your time, commissioners.
Thanks, Lynn. I got a question for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Have you ever testified to the commissioners before this year in our new Zoom format? Have you ever showed up in person to testify?
I haven't been there in person, only on Zoom.
Perfect. So you like the new format is what you're saying?
Yes, love the new format. It's awesome. I feel that it's democracy at work. It gives us all a chance to be more involved and have our voices heard and hear your voices as well and hear what's going on in the county. I think it's the best, one of the best things that came out of the pandemic.
Thank you, Lynn. And I don't know if you were on at the beginning, but Lynn, if you go online tomorrow sometime, you can see our recording from earlier today at our 9:30 meeting. It's the first thing that will be on the Zoom. And that can give you a glimpse of the conversation we had in here about the Sheriff Songer letter. Yes, we are well aware of it. We have time for one more person. If somebody would like to raise your hand or *6. Nobody? I see you, Ruby, but I don't think she's unmuted.
Got 2 minutes.
Hi, Ruby. 2 minutes. Is there anybody else who would like to make public comment? *6 or raise your hand.
Someone just joined the meeting.
So it's me again. If I can talk for a minute, it's Vern.
Vern, you have 1.5 minutes left on your 7-minute time frame.
Thank you. Lynn, thank you so much. Normally, I'm a very angry, defensive. I couldn't agree with you more about the craziness that Sheriff Songer is bringing to our county. He's harassing. He's a danger. He's a public health danger, literally. But I just wanted to part of my job is to kind of keep the peace as opposed to what he's doing. And I want everybody to be happy with what's going on. We can still fight him, but thank you so much for what you said. And thanks again, and I'll shut up. Bye.
Thank you, Vern. Okay, having it be 1:30 in another few seconds, we are going to close public citizen comment and move to department updates, and that is Solid Waste Director Ruby Irving.
Hello. So my apologies for not being in there. We actually did a contamination audit of the recyclables from Goldendale and Centerville this morning on through to this afternoon. So I'm grimy and icky and dirty because a lot of contamination. But let's go ahead and get started with the litter crew program. So we had an event on the 12th of June and it was enormously successful. A lot more people signed up for it than we ever anticipated. So it was definitely a wonderful hit and we'll probably be doing it again next year. So prior to our event, we cataloged between 62 to 65% of loads showing up at transfer stations that were completely unsecure, with a small percentage of the secured loads being somewhat secure. And right now, since it's after our event, we are currently collecting data at Dallasport and Goldendale to see if that event had any impact on the number of unsecured loads. And then of course, with litter crew, it's kind of been on hold since mid-May. It's finally resuming. And the first thing I had him do yesterday was pick up, or Saturday, have him pick up an illegal dump of trash off of Turkey Ranch Road. We're having a lot of problems up there with people dumping off their recycling, thinking that it's a checkpoint when it's not anymore. So
Put signs posted there or anything?
not yet. We're working on it. With the recycling program, we are, well, not the recycling program, but more of just programs. We're currently accepting applications for 2 high school internship programs, one for each end of the county. And right now we only have 1. So it makes it easy to go through them, but it's still kind of like, you know, we'd like a few more. Some upcoming summer programs would be like the Kids Wellness Program, where the primary kids and the Goldendale and Centerville school districts get a binder of fun things to do. And we're advertising a trash audit and litter scavenger hunt, where the youth compete in the activity and get a prize. So we also have a recycling art sculpture contest. As you remember, we had one last year. Of course, 2 of you guys are new, so that was a big hit, and we've brought it back. Republic Services is providing a lot of the prizes for the youth that participate, and we are requesting that the commissioners help in selecting the top submissions like they did last time. So we are hoping to showcase that at our booth during the fair. So those top places will take that sculpture and put it at our booth. And then we're hosting a booth at Community Days on July 10th. And hopefully, like I said, we have a booth at the Fair and Rodeo. So hopefully that continues going forward. And one of the things that we would like to do with one of our interns is create a float for the parade about waste reduction and plastic pollution. And like I said earlier, I just finished a contamination audit, or we did a contamination audit of curbside recycling to see if the new tagging efforts are working. And last week I was at a solid waste managers conference, which mainly focused on composting. As you know, there's a lot of states and jurisdictions that are trying to divert food waste and wasted food from landfills. So we're going to see more and more of that talk come up, especially during the next legislative session. So with Republic Services right now, we've got a lot of construction going on in the county, a lot more than we have for quite some time, and the roll-off bins are definitely in high demand. Republic Services has ordered some more, but it might be a month or 2 before they actually get here. And then on the budget update, May tonnage was up by about 32,000 tons from last May, and up overall by about 13%. So this time last year, we're definitely on an upward trend. And
what about from 2019, Ruby?
So 2019, with the tonnages, there was approximately, and it's funny that it just kind of worked out this way, but 2019, we were probably about 64,000 tons higher than we were last year, and then about 32,000 tons higher than what we are right now. So that 32,000 is like either up or down. So we're kind of like right in the middle. But
2019 was better than 2018, 17, 16. So we kind of hit, and then we dropped down, and now we're kind of back to where we were, right?
Yeah, we're moving up. It doesn't look like there's no anticipation of that trend turning back down. Like every indication shows that it's just going to keep going up. So we're still operating without an office manager, so I'm going to need some training on how to journal voucher and how to allocate benefits appropriately for my grants. So if anybody wants to take that on, like I'll buy them lunch. Also, over a period of 2 weeks, I've spent approximately 26 hours combing through boxes in search of a document from 1994. I do need to reach out and see if there are any other solid waste boxes, archived boxes somewhere that I don't know about, so that I can continue to do that search. My only point for bringing it out is that I think for my budget next year, I'm going to put in, or I would like to put in, a code for just the amount of time that we spend on some of these public requests, because some of them really eat up our time. And And it's very difficult sometimes when something so involved like this one gets in the way of other things as well. So I'd like to track that and kind of see where we're at the end of next year.
Ruby, we're going to talk about that during board pending, if you'd like to log back on.
Yeah, okay. And then last but not least, we have a new grant biennium starting July 1st. We finally were able to get some of our funding back from the governor. So that was really nice. And we're looking at getting about $265,000 for solid waste programs. And of course, 25% of that would be a match from the county. So that's about $66,000. So we're definitely, we're having a positive impact on, with our group, with our WAC swim group, our solid waste managers group. So that's
Ruby,
a big win.
what was it last year?
So since about 2012, 2013, we've only been getting 10 million. When everything decreased, we were at like 26 million, 27 million. And when the economy took a dive, they decreased us to 10 million. And we've been at that 10 million pretty much since then until this year. Last year, it looked like it was going to go through, and then COVID hit and it just got swept. MACA funds just got swept. So, so we were only allotted the 10 million that we've been getting for the last several years. And then this year, the governor put it into the operating budget, and yeah, so
What was it?
an additional 14. So we're up to 24.
20, we're back to 24, so where we were.
Almost up to pre-decline amounts.
Okay.
Which, as you well know, like solid waste programs, like all of our programs, like they've just gotten more and more and more involved, and we've just been dealing with like hardly no funding to deal with those programs. So this is a big win.
Yeah. So in essence, the bonus to your budget's about double, correct?
Yep.
That's great.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of counties out there that are really they really need this. They really need the infused funding for their programs. So.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, I would like to say I appreciate your public outreach, your booths at the fair and community days. I think are great. I wish more of our departments did that and reached out to the public to better serve their needs. But I wanted to personally applaud your effort in doing that. So thank you.
I have a really good team. So.
Thank you, Ruby.
Now you just need a dunk tank or something that I can throw softballs at, and you'll be set.
We'll see what we can do.
That's some dirty water.
You might even get me to set it.
It might be.
Now worth buying.
I can make you cover the budget deficit just by people throwing softballs here.
With nothing else, I don't have any questions, Ruby. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
All right. We're going to move on to new business. We have the Juniper Point lease agreement between the NSC Smelter LLC and Klickitat County Emergency Management Department for the purpose of leasing a portion of the parcel number 03-17-1800-000/00, which shall consist of a 5,400 square feet tract upon which the county shall manage a radio and microwave transmission site, and which shall include an electronic shelter, 120 square feet, steel radio tower, and any necessary equipment for $5,000 per year, effective June 1st, 2021 until June 30th, 2023. Is Jeff on the line, or is he dealing with the families?
Commissioner Anderson, I believe he has a personal issue. I had asked to remove this from the consent agenda when I talked to Mr. King and the chair last week to clarify a couple of legal issues. The contract currently is for a 2-year term. So talking with Jeff King and following up with the chair, I think at least temporarily we resolve some issues that we might have. And I coordinated with Lee asking that to be put on the add-on agenda. I am asking the board to go ahead and sign off on behalf of Mr. King due to the need for a new agreement to be in place by the end of this month.
Okay.
All right,
You looking for a motion to?
you betcha.
Great. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the lease agreement between NSC Smelter and Klickitat County Emergency Management Department for the purpose of leasing a portion of parcel number 03-17-180000000 for $5,000 per year effective June 1st until June 30th, 2023.
I will step down and second the motion. Any discussion? I would just like to say that a 2-year lease on a radio tower seems kind of short to me. It would be great if we can work this out to a longer term lease in the future. But I'm sure they have 2 years to figure that out.
I would agree with that, but I'd also agree that $5,000 is a nice number to see and not a big giant number. So
$5,000 is a pretty big number though. Okay, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, we are about 8 minutes ahead of schedule. Is Christina online?
Christina is, I've not seen Sandra yet.
Okay. We are going to move to miscellaneous reports. Columbia River Gorge Commission Executive Director Christina Wolanowski and Klickitat County appointee Commissioner Sandra Clark for the quarterly update. Christina, if you're there, unmute yourself and.
She's ready.
I'm ready.
All right.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Christina Wolniakowski for the record, and thank you for inviting me to come provide an update today. I know that Commissioner Clark was planning to join us in a few minutes. I'm not sure exactly what time it is. I think it's like 1:43. So she might join us here in just a few seconds. But I'll just get started and let you know that the big thing that we're working on in Klickitat County at the moment is the Klickitat County ordinance that is incorporating the revisions from the Gorge 2020 management plan into the county ordinance itself. And so at our upcoming commission meeting, which is on July the 13th, we will be presenting some of those changes in our approach to the ordinance to the full Gorge Commission. And so we would welcome any of you to join in and listen in to that discussion. The process that we're following is that we're providing some clarifications and kind of a roadmap to that process of getting to approval. That'll be the July agenda. Then we'll have the draft ordinance for the commission to review in September. And then we will file it with the Oregon Bulletin and also the Washington Records Office. And then we will have it open for public comment and have a hearing at the December commission meeting on adopting that, the new ordinance. So we hope that it will be in place by early part of next year. If you would like me to make a presentation at the next quarterly update as to how we're going about that ordinance revision, I'm happy to do so. Are there any questions about that?
I would like a presentation for that. If you can make that available, that would be awesome.
Sure, absolutely. And is there a capability of doing a quick PowerPoint through the Zoom?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, we can essentially, as long as you have it on yours, you can share your screen and we can see what you're looking at.
Oh, great. Okay. Yes, I think that might help to just keep it at a pretty high level, but emphasize some of the highlights that we think you would be most interested in. So I promise to have that ready at the next quarterly update. I'm trying to think of other updates. In August, our planner, Aiden Forsey, will be talking a little bit more about the methodology of our Klickitat County study, where we are looking at different sampling of different tax lots in Klickitat County, ones that are considered vacant lots and ones that have permits on them. And just looking to see what the, if they have permits on them, whether those permit conditions are being met. So we'll have more information for the commission in August on that. And then hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have a final report. And again, happy to present that final report to you as Klickitat County Commissioners.
That would be great. How far through looking at all the parcels are you guys now?
We, the way that it's designed is that we had, we looked at all the tax lots that were in Klickitat County, and then we did a sampling of probably 80 that didn't have any permits on them, and then another 80 or 90 that had permits. And so the ones that didn't have permits, we've been just looking to see if we find any structures on any of them. And we're pretty much done with those. I have to check with Aiden as to his findings on that. I have not checked in with him on that because he's busy working on that right now. And then the other ones where there are permits, and then whether the conditions are being met, we haven't started that yet. That's going to be next month's work.
How often do you do these little property audits, you might call them?
We've never done this before.
Why are we doing it now? I'm new, not judging.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Well, I think there's, we haven't received very many complaints. We have to do a compliance study every year. It's required that I report back to the commission every year whether there has been a complaint filed and that we followed up on it, or whether, you know, we've been working with a landowner. Let's say a landowner comes in for building a new garage, and we go out and do a visit and we find that maybe the house itself didn't have the right permits. So we work with those landowners. And so far in my 6 years here at the Gorge Commission, every compliance issue that has come to our attention has been resolved with a willing landowner. We've never had to do any enforcement. And because oftentimes the landowner doesn't know that there's a problem on the property. So the reason for this study is that there were some complaints that we're just overlooking a lot of issues. And I contend that there really aren't that many issues. And if there are issues that we find, we can resolve them. But part of, you know, having a permit is to make sure that it is the conditions are being met. So we just happen to have the resources right now to be able to do this kind of work. And once we go through the sampling and we find out, let's say that there are, let's say we find 5 cases of non-compliance. We want to know, well, is it non-compliance because they painted their house the wrong color? Or is it non-compliance because maybe they built a retaining wall without a permit or expanded their driveway, versus brand new houses that are built with no permits? So we wanted to just get a sense of how people are implementing, their permits, and we're required to do post-permit inspections anyway. We just haven't had the resources to do it. We're required to do that by the National Scenic Area Act to monitor.
It seems very, very labor intensive and time consuming to go through all the different counties to do that. You are doing it through all the counties, not just Klickitat?
No, we're starting with Klickitat because we do all the permitting here. So we have all the records in our office, and our planners are familiar with Klickitat County. Depending on what we find here, I think we'll be working with the other counties to see what makes sense for them to do. And because, everybody is really strapped with resources. There may be one code compliance officer, per county. And so we want to just get a better sense of how things are going here, and then whether that has any reflection on how the other counties are implementing their permits.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
Has Commissioner Clark joined us yet?
I haven't seen her.
Okay. I'm trying to think if there's any other updates that we have. No, I think for the most part, we've just been working on the land use ordinance and the Klickitat County study. Those are the two big work items that we've got that you would be interested in. Are there any questions on any of our other programs that I could answer?
Yeah, where are permits running right now? Are we seeing you know, I know in our what we process at the county, we're seeing a huge increase in permits being, whether it be septic permits or subdivision permits. What are you guys currently seeing in Klickitat County within the Gorge Commission bounds?
We're pretty much on top of it. I think we're waiting on, I think we have like 8 active permit applications right now, of which 5 of them are pretty much good to go, except for the cultural resource surveys. One of the issues that we face is that we only have one cultural specialist that works for the Forest Service. And we depend on that person to do the cultural surveys if one is required by DAP in Klickitat County. So we are a little, I mean, we aren't behind, but the Forest Service is behind in doing those cultural surveys. So we have to put a pause on the development review process until we can get that cultural survey, and then we can finish the permits. But we're keeping on top of it. So
are you seeing essentially the same number of permit applications per month as you have in past years, or is permit applications going up? Is there growth in the area?
it's been pretty level. I go through this with Bryce once a month, and there were 2 or 3 that I approved last month. And then, you know, every day we're getting inquiries, we're getting like pre-application phone calls. People are interested in finding out more about the rules, but they may not necessarily submit an application. So right now, I think we're pretty much at the same level as we were a year ago. We haven't really seen a steep increase.
What's the time frame on those cultural resource studies from the Forest Service? Is it a 3-month wait, or are people waiting longer than that?
That's a good question. Yeah, probably 2 to 3 months, because they've got the whole National Scenic Area to cover. And so this one cultural resource specialist does it for all the different counties. And the landowner can hire their own cultural resource specialist, but then it's money out of their pocket to do it. So they can either wait for the Forest Service or they can hire their own.
Got it.
But I'm happy to say that we kind of have a steady stream coming in, but not as overwhelmed as we were a couple of years ago.
Do you have any further questions?
I have no further questions. Good update. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank
Nice to
you.
see you. Have a good day.
If Sandra comes on, we can give her a few minutes, I think. Do you want to move into any board pending or anything? Do you have any updates?
Pay bills.
Oh, yeah, we can do
Doing
that
some
and
of
see
that.
if Sandra comes on since we're ahead of schedule. Way ahead of schedule?
I'll hold on then for just a few minutes.
All right, thank you.
We'll try to pause for 5 minutes and see if she pops on since we started earlier. I should have paid bills before we started with you guys so we could identify. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $505,800.28 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $0 for the date ending June 21, 2021.
I will step down and second the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
And you want item number 11 down there, or 12, sorry. payment approvals.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve pay estimate number 1 to Stripe Right Incorporated in the amount of $102,488.00, excluding $5,124.40 in retainage. $97,363.60 is due to the contractor for the 2021 annual Stripe program.
I will step down and second the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Right.
Aye, motion carries. We have someone in the audience. Is there anything you'd like to say, sir?
Yes.
Sure, come forward, state your name, your location.
My name is Larry Singer. I live in unincorporated Klickitat County, just outside of White Salmon up Snowden Road. On Winnook Road.
On what road?
Winnook.
I don't know that I've seen that one.
It's an extremely vowel deprived road. It's WNUK. When we moved there, we thought it was a Yakima name, but we've done some investigation and it's Polish. There's 4 other Winnook roads, all in Poland.
I think it was just Public Works ran out of vowels. So
that was the other option.
Let's figure out what we could do here.
It turns out some big lumberjacks came in a long time ago and lived there from Poland and named the road after the street they lived on.
All right, you've got 4 minutes until we move on. So what do you got, Larry?
Terrific, very short. I just want to express my appreciation to the commission. I have a vineyard on Winnook Road, which is a gravel road that's not wide enough for emergency vehicles under the current regulations to allow me to have a retail operation and a venue. I've appeared before this commission twice before and was given encouragement that we were on the 5-year plan and that it would be very seriously considered for construction. Since that time, the roads department has determined that it's not an efficient use of county resources, which leaves me as a farmer in business. That's kind of an oxymoron. It's hard to make money as a vineyard with growing only grapes. You need to have a retail operation. So I appreciate the effort of the commission and the subcommittee in order to look at Title 12 and other activities to change the rules. If we're not going to make the roads so that we can do agriculture successfully, perhaps we can make the rules such that we can conform to and still be able to have a going concern.
Make them a little less overburdensome and we should be better.
Correct. And I think it's in the interest of the community to keep the land in farm use. We are a fire break for our entire area. We're bringing an income to the county. Our winemakers are also resident in the county. Our largest buyer is Syncline Vineyard, and we produce the grapes for their highest revenue items. We have, many people have stated, perhaps the most beautiful view in the entire gorge area, although we are not in the Gorge Commission's area, thank heaven. So we've been able to make all kinds of improvements without going through their terrific but somewhat onerous process. And we've had investors interested in helping us have a venue, including all of our winemakers who clubs would like to have events there. We've met with the Society Hotel and are ready to hold events and bring tax dollars from Hood River into Klickitat County. Hoping that this can be decided quickly and we don't have to apply for a variance to the current rules. We'd like to be in compliance with the rules. So I just wanted to thank the commission and let you know we are eagerly waiting the results of that work.
Well, I can tell you we're eagerly awaiting the results of that work too, but we're finding out government works a little slower than we would like to eagerly make it work.
I used to teach at the Kennedy School and worked on government efficiency programs as my specialty. So I absolutely understand, and it's why I'm retired and doing this instead. It's a hard thing to do.
Whatever outcome that Title 12 committee comes up with will be better than what we have now. So.
And I just want to make myself available if I can provide any support for their work or invite them to see the property and understand how we would work it and how it's safe. And perhaps that might be useful to the commission. So.
Thank you. And we will look at where Winnook is on that 7-year road plan as well and look back at that.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Singer. Okay, has Sandra logged in yet?
I believe your next guest is here.
We're about to move forward. You don't show up by the allotted, yep, it's a minute over. Okay, Christina, we're gonna move on. Thank you for your update. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reach out to Sandra and get her update personally.
Okay, thank you, commissioners.
Have a great day.
Signing off now. Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
All right, so we're moving ahead on the schedule to 2:20, 20 minutes ahead of schedule, to the Washington County's Risk Pool Executive Director, Derek Bryan, for an overview of the programs and services. Thank you for making the drive down and not just Zooming.
Thank you. Yes, no, any chance I can, I do.
You folks do have a copy of this PowerPoint on your packet.
I'm staring at it as we speak.
Well, I'm gonna bring it up. That's why I was over there. I'm bringing it up because I wasn't sure if there was a, when you don't Zoom, then you gotta be ready.
Now, do you, since you are not our insurance provider, do you come in and provide updates or offers normally, or do you only when you're asked?
Only when we're asked. We're not, we don't really do sales and marketing. We're kind of, we have currently 26 counties in the risk pool, and it's been that way for quite a few years. So we don't really do the marketing. We don't use insurance agents. We don't really sell the program. So we've been reached out to by a handful of counties around the state that aren't members. I think in my presentation, I'll show you kind of a map too, that kind of gives you an idea where but I think when pools were formed, especially the 2 county pools, there really wasn't a big competition. I think with some of the other pools, maybe there is more of that, but with ours, we haven't been aggressive, and we don't really feel like they've been aggressive to take our members. So just when asked, so really appreciate the opportunity to come out and that you're interested. I know that there's kind of a longer term notice requirement for putting in notice to withdraw. So it's really great then, because it gives me a chance to kind of I'm giving you a little bit of just kind of down and dirty pooling as well, which is really good, because then you can absorb that, you can think about it. You have time between now and whenever your deadline would be to, if you wanted to possibly leave one pool and go to another, you're not in any sort of rush to do so, because I can come out and do this again. I can do it by Zoom or whatever to give you updates.
Because I know, unfortunately today, our chairman is on vacation. We do have our prosecutor online who's very interested in this topic as well, so I'm sure he's Zooming in.
Yeah.
And then our HR director has had some emergency situation today. So we're only kind of half here today, but.
That's okay. Yeah, well, and I think that what's great is I tried to write this presentation in a way that I give you kind of the high level look at it to explain the slides, but then you'll be able to take it and share it and look at it and kind of revisit it without feeling like we don't know what this means because he's not here. So that was kind of the goal. So I'll just go page by page on mine and just assume that you're changing pages with me. So the very first page after the title page says pooling in Washington and kind of has the RCW 48 and insurance. This is what used to be, and what a lot of folks will spend many slides presenting what pools are and why they exist and how they exist. I kind of condensed it to one slide, which is basically Title 48, RCW 48 is the insurance statute in Washington. So if you go to 48, you'll see all the different types when it comes to property and liability insurance, health insurance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The legislature passed 4862, which allows government entities to join together in group self-insure. So that's the 4862 is then local government insurance. So we don't operate as an insurance company. We don't file forms with the insurance commissioner. They don't oversee the risk pool. The same statute, as you can see, the third one down, 4862-061, it granted the state risk manager with actually the authority to regulate and oversee risk pools. So we actually answer to the state risk manager. That same statute then requires the state risk manager to set the rules that pools will follow, and that's the Washington Administrative Code 200-100. So we follow all of the rules underneath 200-100 as far as operations. You can see the bullet points there. A lot of this applies to the WCRP, which is us. I believe your pool is the WRCIP. So we probably should have got together when we name created and thought about maybe separating that a bit. But so basically, we are a government entity. We're created just as an interlocal agreement creates us. And so we have all of the members participate. In a lot of ways, pooling is sort of the idea that instead of having to be a single self-insured entity like a King County, Pierce County, you can join together with other medium to smaller size counties and become that larger entity and still use your funds then to build the program and to buy excess insurance and to manage claims and have risk management that a lot of counties don't have. So as you can see with those bullets, then you got the terms and how to withdraw and et cetera, et cetera. So our fiscal year is October 1st through September 30th of each year. We were formed and started, and the first day of business was October 1st. So that's when we started and started buying insurance clear back in 1988. The second slide has 4 items there. Why pooling? Again, I try to condense this. You know, if I'm a county, I want to know why should I be in a risk pool? Well, I think these are really the 3 reasons. The self-insured retention is a big one, and I'll talk in a second about the difference between deductible and SIR, but carrying a self-insured retention, handling your own claims, resolving, being responsible for a significant amount up to a certain layer gives you that buying power, and then the reinsurers or excess insurers would be in layers up above your layer versus just directly buying insurance and then paying for the claim almost from $1 and them adjusting the claim as well. The risk management buy-in, you know, back when the legislature passed the statute or the law, the idea was that the insurance industry kind of gave up on government, and it was insurance rates were too high and they were dropping or raising rates so high that it was impossible to get insurance. That's true. But maybe in the insurance companies' defense, there also back then wasn't a lot of risk management efforts. There wasn't a lot of risk management departments, especially smaller counties that didn't have the staff to be doing risk management full time. And so by forming a risk pool, you create that risk management sort of buy-in. Now you have staff that works with the pool, that asks questions, that gets answers. You have a staff at the pool that is a risk management team. So that risk management piece then almost brought us full circle back to where now the insurance market likes insuring government entities because they have good risk management and they're good risk. So the risk management buy-in is a really important piece, because if you're just buying insurance, a lot of times you don't think about risk management on a daily basis like you do it in nowadays. I think the third one, if I was to be asked what's the number one reason that you would be in a risk pool, I think rate stability is number one. I think the idea is let's put our money together, buy insurance and fund our claims. And if the things come in lower and we have extra money, we put that in what's called like a fund balance or a net position. And then we start building that up. So the good years where we don't spend as much, we put money into, and on the bad years where rates are high, you can borrow from that same fund and stabilize those rates. The market is really like up and down on a regular basis, and counties especially don't have the budget flexibility to be able to withstand huge swings like that in rates. And so the stability of rates is really one of the most important reasons. We try very hard we want our members to know next year, the next year, the next year, your rate should be fairly similar unless there's something so dramatic that's having a big impact. And by dramatic,
good question I have for you right off the bat.
Sure.
With the current environment, in the amount of litigation out there and all that kind of stuff, what are you seeing for your policy increases for this year? Do you see a big jump because of litigation and cyber, you know, and wildfire and all that kind of stuff?
We are. You're exactly right. I think that we over the last handful of years have made some very concerted efforts to anticipate this and kind of ride it along. And we've been driving down our costs, trying to keep things from being litigated, really trying to drive down costs so that we knew when the time comes to raise rates, we were in a better position. So we're hearing a lot of rates going up with a lot of insurers. We're seeing about a 10% increase, give or take. We're seeing a reduction in a lot of areas, but then an increase in other areas. And so you sort of see the offset from each other. So overall, we're hoping for around a 10% increase, just kind of across the board. And I'll show you in a second kind of how we rate too. But the next slide, the 4 items there, it's the deductible on the top left. Basically, I think this is just something you can refer to if you had questions, but basically the big difference between a deductible and a self-insured retention is who handles the claim, who manages the claim. If you have a self-insured retention, you're going to manage and adjust the claim and deal with it yourself. For example, when we have claims and we have a self-insured retention, we actually have claim staff that adjusts, manages, and closes the files. With a deductible, it's sort of similar to an personal auto claim. You go get in an accident, you take your car to the body shop, the insurance company writes a check for the repairs minus your deductible. You go pay the deductible and drive your car. You don't do the adjusting and the claims handling. We do, and that's what an SIR gives you that. And the insurers in layers that reinsure us, they can give us a lot better price because they don't have the administrative cost of the adjusting that they would have to do if it was just a straight deductible. And then the difference, really, the bottom two there, reinsurance and excess. Reinsurance is really an insurer, but they're looking at your coverage document. We write our own memorandum of coverage document. So we write it for what coverage we want to offer ourselves and offer counties. And the reinsurers will look at that document and say, for a certain premium, not only are you adjusting your own claims, but we'll follow your form, we'll follow your document, your coverage, and we agree to do so. Excess insurance would be we're buying insurance from an insurance company. They're giving us a policy and we're following theirs. Next slide is our mission statement, which kind of was our mission statement when we started and continues to be provide basically broad and inexpensive coverage or cost-effective coverage, reduce frequency and severity of losses, and then when there is claims, decrease the cost of managing those claims. So that's really just, we're sort of the classic risk pool when they first started out, and we still are today. You see the membership map in the slide there. You can see that the gray counties are the ones that are self-insured, and then you've got the counties in white, including Klickitat, are with the other risk pool, and then you can see the green ones is the Washington County's risk pool. Our board of directors is 26 counties. Our entire membership, every county as a board member has a vote on the board. Our board meets 3 times a year. Then we have a smaller executive committee made up of 11 of those, and we meet regularly for administrative type stuff. So here's then diving into why the WCRP. So just a few slides. Risk management. We do annual on-sites. We do data analysis and provide actual graphs and talk about where the claims are trending, where you're having claims, what departments you're having claims, what areas you're having claims. If you're having auto claims, we break it down by, are they backing claims? Are they rear end claims? We actually sit down and go through that with whoever we would need to at the county, but typically whoever's the designated risk manager. We have staff at the office with insurance experience, claims experience, but also law enforcement. Our senior risk analyst is 20-year retired law enforcement. He's been making strides with a lot of our sheriffs out at all of our counties and their staff on really starting to focus on law enforcement. As you know, it's a hot discussion right now, especially with even the legislative bills that have passed, and we're focused on that right now as well. Contract review, we look at indemnification, insurance, all of that for various contracts from different departments. So, and then every year we look at that same data analysis and use it. We choose an annual targeted risk management focus, whether it's focus on employment or focus on court security or focus on cyber. So next slide. Oh, risk management on the radar. So this is just to give you kind of a general idea what we're looking at. I'm guessing that most pools are looking at this as well. Courthouse and campus security, we're actually part of a task force that's made up of some judges, some clerks association for courthouse and campus security. We're finding you can walk right into a courthouse with a backpack on in a lot of cases, and we're going to do what we can and be part of this task force to help figure out how do we help fund and find funding for counties for driving down that risk when courts are and campuses are less secure. Employment claims are a big focus for us. This law enforcement legislation, we just actually are working with WASPIC, sheriffs and police chiefs, on focusing on this new legislation with a lot of the requirements. Instead of running from it or just griping about it, we're just turning our direction toward it. Let's figure out what we can do, how we can help train, maybe we can have a global conference with several different groups around the state and try to get some training for these deputies. Joint and several liability is a big focus. We've recently settled big cases because of joint and several liability. Joint and several liability is a doctrine in Washington where if you basically anyone who has even a share of liability for a claim, an incident, they're all together jointly and severally responsible for the damages. An example would be two cars get in an accident, one runs a stop sign and it severely injures the other party. Let's say that the county was sued also for, I don't know, not having a stop ahead signs or having bushes maybe blocking the stop sign, not having a light around the stop sign, rumble strips, whatever. They sue the county as well, but we know that the driver of the car that ran the stop sign is significantly at fault. If the driver is 90% at fault and the jury says, let's just give the county 10% for not having, I don't know, a stop ahead sign or something, and they give the plaintiff, the injured party, $10 million. If the person who ran the stop sign doesn't have enough insurance or any money, the county has to pay the whole $10 million settlement or verdict. It's not right, and it's something that we as a risk pool are going to continue to focus on because we end up settling a lot of cases where the county could be a small amount responsible, but it's not right that they then have to foot the bill for a completely at-fault party or mostly at-fault party. Yes, it's great for the not at-fault party, but that's when you ask why insurance costs are high and why rates are high, that's a big piece of it for sure. So we're going to be pushing that joint and several liability. We're always focused on large property losses. Property insurance, you know, if liability insurance is a multi-million-dollar industry, property is a multi-billion-dollar industry. I mean, you could have one building burn and it can wipe out 10 years of premium that you paid in insurance. So we're always trying to figure out where's that next big property claim going to come from. We can handle the smaller property claims, but the big ones are the ones that are going to be a big hit to the rates. Cyber, you mentioned earlier, sir, is just huge. Ransomware, social engineering, we're seeing cyber companies. You know, they were giving really great rates for cyber when there wasn't a lot of known data with claims. Well, now that there's just been these huge ransom attacks, payouts, we've paid some big ransom numbers for some counties, and the insurance industry, as per usual, is responding by raising rates and then going to lower limits and lower sublimits. So now you're going to look at ransomware where you could end up with a really, really low ransomware sublimit. Well, if that sublimit is $100,000 and the ransom attackers want $1 million, where's that money going to come from? It may have to be paid. So social engineering is another one. That's sort of using the internet or an email to help to convince someone to wire money or something like that. They socially engineer the fraud. So I'm going to talk in a second about cyber and some of the things we're doing to drive that down as well. The next slide says member services. The first bullet is training. We do a ton of training, scholarship program where we pay for registration or cost for training for other programs, not just the ones we put on. We do poolcast, which is basically, it's a almost webinar or call in. We use either the phone for conference call. We've been using Zoom during COVID. It's a great way. We just put it out there for all of our members. We're going to have a poolcast for an hour to talk about employment, or we're going to talk to a cyber expert, or we're going to talk internally about litigation issues. And people can just call in. They don't have to register. They don't have to sign up. They don't have to show up if they decided they couldn't make it. They can just Zoom or call in and be part of it and listen to us have a conversation. And it's been great. We did one on the Blake decision. We did one on crowd management back in October. We have done them just even on things like understanding your invoice so that members that are paying their invoice to the pool can go through, watch one of these pool casts. We have a risk reduction program. It's kind of like a grant program. You apply, send in, we can approve up to $5,000 for projects or purchases that reduce risk. Sometimes it's easier to get $1 million than it is $5,000. So sometimes that can help with handrails or fixing sidewalks or something. This cyber reimbursement program is what I just mentioned. We decided, because cyber is so huge, and really cyber is all about criminals, right? It's all about people getting into your system. And so the best way to prevent that is to stop them from doing so. And so we decided, there's a company called KnowBe4. but there's others as well. But the pool decided to pay for the full cost of every member's subscription to this Know Before program. So for some of them, it's maybe $10,000 or $12,000. For some of them, it's a couple $1,000s, depending on their size. But we decided we're going to fund it and pay it because it's critical that everyone get on this or similar program. It's a phishing platform. They help with training. Every employees will get emails and they click on the wrong thing or open a link and boom. Do you have it? Mm-hmm. So we would pay for it. So there's a bunch of counties that don't have it, and we're really hoping that they'll all sign up. They 100% should sign up, in our opinion. Online resources, educational, we have conferences throughout the year and stuff as well. Claims handling, this slide, basically, as I mentioned, broad coverage. We have a pre-defense review program, so we can hire, work with lawyers that have specialized maybe in employment or land use, and obviously, working with either the risk manager, prosecutor to get some legal support if maybe it's a very particular employment or land use issue. So it's a resource that's available that the pool funds. I mentioned the large SIR, and that equals more control. You can actually have a lot more flexibility. We have made over the last handful of years, and to the commissioner's point, the litigation and the costs. That was a big piece for us. We've got to drive down litigation. Guess who gets rich whenever there's a lawsuit? Two people usually get rich. And so the avoidance of litigation, we're not afraid of litigation, but we despise it. And we're not going to invite it when we don't need to invite it. If you have a rear end car accident and you're at fault for it, you're wasting time if you're not paying for the damage, resolving the claim, especially if it's a claimant. They don't have an attorney. They went to the doctor a few times. Write them a check, close the file, and move on. If you don't, and a year later they have a lawyer, they got a lawsuit, they have $25,000 in medical bills. Next thing you know, you're in litigation. You're fighting over the values. Do you win the case? No. No matter what ends up resulting in that case, you don't win the case. So we're doing everything we can to really zone in on claims and close them quickly and get them out the door. And then we're cost conscious. We've cut significantly on defense costs, litigation costs, and some of that. We feel like, why give it to others when we should be giving it back to the members through programs? This slide with the 4 green boxes, WCRP coverage overview, basically it just provides you liability, property, cyber, terrorism. As you can see with the liability, 25 million in limits, 2 million SIR. Members choose various deductibles depending on your size, and you take a reduction for that. I won't go through each of these line by line, but first party property, the cyber program, the pool takes a 100,000 SIR you see on the cyber. Members don't have deductibles right now on the cyber, but we're looking at making that an option because some would like to carry a deductible that maybe drives down the premium a little bit. And then terrorism as well. A lot of your policies include terrorism. You just pay a little extra as a terrorism coverage add-on. We just decided not to accept that coverage through our regular coverage, and then we just separately for a lot less just buy a standalone terrorism coverage. This liability structure, again, you can refer back to this, but basically starting from the bottom up, this is what gets us to that 25 million, for example. I didn't use one of these for every line of coverage, but it just shows you that very bottom right says in green WCRP, SIR, and member deductibles. That's that first layer that we pay. Really, most of the claims are going to be handled within that first 2 million, and really, frankly, a lot of them within member deductibles as well. Then you get into that 3 million reinsurance, 5 million reinsurance, then excess coverage. I talked about the difference between those. So that gets you up to, our first coverage is $20 million. Everyone gets the 20 million, but the 25 million, the extra 5 is an option. The slide with the 2 pie charts next to each other, total assets on the left, total liabilities on the right. That's just when you're looking at the strength, the financial condition of a program like ours, this just gives you that snapshot. About 61 million in assets, about 36 million in liabilities. The liabilities you can see on the far right, there's really 2 slices I'll point out to you. One is the left one that says claims reserves. It's at about the 10 o'clock. That's the open reserves on open files that we currently have. Those are a liability. Then across from that, around 2 o'clock, says IBNR claims. That stands for incurred but not reported. That's sort of like the reason most businesses or even individuals fail is because they don't anticipate the miscellaneous costs. The IBNR means there's claims out there that you don't have reported and you're not open, you don't have open and you don't have a reserve on. But if you don't prepare for some of those, then you're going to go bankrupt. And so IBNR is very critical to anticipate. Yes, we have the known claims, but how much should we set aside for the unknown claims as well, which is incurred, it's been incurred, but they haven't been reported yet. This slide that gives you the 24 million, the graph on the left shows you the increase in our net position. We're building that fund balance because we feel like if we keep building that fund balance up, we can use it for things like I said, paying the no before, improving and increasing training, grant programs, et cetera, et cetera. So we run at a $24 million net position. This slide, the 2021 assessments breakdown. When we say that we collect $18 million, you can see the total liability assessments, 18 million. When we say we collect $18 million to do business this coming year, the question is, well, what makes up that 18 million? Well, here's your answer. We really use about 3 main slices. One, up at around 11 o'clock, is the administrative and operating budget or costs, the administrative costs. To the right, then around 2 o'clock, insurance premiums. That's the premiums we pay to those insurers in those layers above. And then the bottom left around 7 o'clock, WCRP retained losses. That's that 2 million SIR. That's per claim SIR. So you got to pay every claim that falls within that. So you can see that 9.3 million, it adds up to a significant amount. And then the capital funding is, if we know we want to add a little bit to our fund balance to keep building that cushion for stabilized rates, et cetera, anytime we can do so, we do. So we add $1 million on top of the needs. So 18 million would actually be 17 million as a break even, but we add another $1 million to build that fund balance up, especially if adding that, still our rate increase last year was about 2%. And that members had about an average 2%. That's with the $1 million in fund balance. So this slide, the next one, is, you can see this spreadsheet looking thing. That's the liability assessments. What this shows you is, we show all of our members on the left-hand column exactly all of their rates and how their rates are made up. And we use worker hours. We use the base rate that everyone pays, which is column 4, 1.075. Then everyone gets a reduction or increase based on experience, based on what deductible they choose. So let's go to the next slide, because this kind of takes one of those and kind of gives you a rundown. So I'm on the slide that has the far right says total assessment 319,831. Basically, if you want to get to that total assessment, you start with the far left, second one in, worker hours, 290,000. Then you at a 25,000 deductible, the base rate 1.075. We take their worker hours, multiply it by 1.075, which is just over $1 per worker hour. Whatever that number is, you then multiply by their modification. That's your experience. Anything times 1 is itself. So 1.0 would be like flat. Anything less than 1, you're doing good. Anything over 1, not so much. So 1.12 would be about a 12% increase over whatever your whatever that number was. Deductible factor, you see the 0.916. Basically, that's a 8.4% decrease because they chose a $25,000 deductible. The higher deductible, the more decrease, etc. That gets you to your 319,000. The next slide, even busier spreadsheet. So let's just glance at that. But then this is our property. Then the next slide gives you that same sample and shows you a little bit different, but very similar. The total insured value, 660,405. That's per 100. So it's actually it would be a 66 million. And then same kind of thing, earthquake, flood, and AOP stands for all other perils. That's basically everything except earthquake and flood. For example, AOP would be a fire damage claim, a sprinkler breaks in the ceiling and causes water damage, the wind blows your roof off. That's all other perils. Earthquake and flood would be specific to those. The reason we rate those three separately is because east and west and flood and earthquake throughout Washington varies. And so to be somewhat competitive, and members like Klickitat County that has a lot less earthquake exposure than maybe Pacific County or Clallam County, you shouldn't be paying a higher percentage. So we try to separate those out so the counties with less exposure pay less. I believe this is my last slide, why the WCRP. So I'm kind of giving just kind of a closing overview. Financial strength, I think, is important because it leads to added programs. We stabilize the rates. We're very hands-on with our risk management. And as I said, with former law enforcement, we just really try to, we don't just do risk management because that's what we're doing today. We really do try to zone in and target exactly where the problems are and what we can do to help. And we're trying really hard to make some improvement on that. More training and member programs, the cyber program I talked about, our risk reduction grant program, these pool casts, and then of course our pre-defense program. With this law enforcement reform stuff that's going on, we're just really focused on how can we get, and that's where a pool cast would be important. We're going to try to have a pool cast to start talking about, let's get as many sheriffs and as many folks as we can together to talk about what does this legislative reform mean, whether you like it or not, what do we need to do to move forward? And some deadlines like July 25th deadlines for, and I know that CJTC and the AG's office has some work to do as well, but we're just really trying to help get our heads around that. We did the same thing with the Blake decision. We had a pool cast, had about 133 attendees watch and sort of follow along while we had about 4 speakers talk about what does the Blake decision mean and what are some folks doing to try to combat it. So it's a solid program, but so is the one you're in as well. So, I mean, really, it's just, I think it's great that you're looking at options, seeing what numbers look like. And we can certainly, I think over time, if you know your worker hours, if we can kind of look at loss runs, we can kind of give you a general idea of pricing wise. But that was kind of why I wanted to show you this too, because really, if you inserted your own worker hours into there, notwithstanding, there's a lot of unknowns here that we'd have to figure out. But if you were any given county, like in this sample, and ran the numbers across, it kind of give you a general idea what it would look like. Our members were paying about $8,500 each a year for cyber coverage, for their share of our cyber program. We are probably doubling that, to be quite blunt with you, just because I think it's important that you know the facts. We're seeing a big hit on premiums. We're seeing a big hit on requiring larger deductibles or SIRs. So to me, going from 8,500 to 17,000 it's double, but it's not going from $1 million to $2 million, but it's all relative too. Some counties, $8,500 isn't a lot of money, and for other counties, it's a whole lot. So that's kind of what we're looking at, just based on, I think we paid about $144,000 a year for premium, and then we took $100,000 retention. And so within that $100,000, we had to pay, I think we anticipated about $85,000 in retained losses. That number setting aside, that $144,000, I'm anticipating we could see 20, 30, 40% increase, which sounds big, but dollar-wise, $144,000, it's not significant, but it will take those premiums up on the cyber. And part of what we're doing also, just to add, we're actually writing our own cyber coverage document right now and trying to get that implemented. And then we want insurers to reinsure, follow that document. 1, so we have the flexibility of coverage. 2, so that we can help carry our own self-insured retention. But by doing so, then we can offer the coverage that maybe the insurers above us won't offer. If they say, all we will do is a $100,000 ransomware limit, we won't pay any more than that on a ransom. Well, what if we have a $250,000 SIR? We could offer the $250,000 as a ransom. And so it's something. It's maybe not all the answers, but it's something. So we're regularly working, and I guess I would just ask, as we continue, we're in the middle of renewals right now for October 1st. And as I said, we're hoping for around 10% liability. We're probably around the same for property. We saw a big increase in property the last few years. The property market just went gangbusters, but we kind of captured that already, so it's looking a lot better. And then, like I said, cyber's a big knock. But as October 1st approaches, I'm happy to continue to talk with Lee and stuff to get the kind of give you an example of where things are at for us at this time. Because I know that my anticipation is you have to put in your notice with your pool and you have plenty of time. And if you choose to do that, you'll want the most information. So I appreciate you giving me the chance just to kind of give you this, and happy to answer questions now or in the future.
No, I thought this was a good presentation.
Thank you.
You might want to check and see if Q's Online has any questions.
David, are you there?
I have a question for you. I see the deductibles look like range from 10,000 up, with most counties at 25,000. But then elsewhere in your document, I thought I saw a range starting at 5,000. Is there any, did I misunderstand that, or is there any particular reason no county has utilized the $5,000 deductible, other than, I guess, that would be I'm sure the higher cost?
No, that's a really good point. I think that's a typo. My apologies. I think 10,000, I think it used to be years ago, but 10,000 is our minimum liability deductible. So good catch and my apologies.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was speaking with a colleague from Skamania County. He mentioned he thought the 10,000. That's why I saw that, and I was like, well, because our current policy is a $5,000 deductible, so that's why I just piqued my curiosity. Thank you.
Yeah, that's
It shows 5,000 is the deductible on the property assessments. On that page is probably what you saw, Q.
If you look at the slide,
That's slide number.
the one with the spreadsheet too, that had the real busy spreadsheets, there was a deductible selections on the left-hand side. And 10 is the lowest one on that, column 1 on the spreadsheet showing the liability assessments.
Yeah, I think it's the second one below, two down below there that has the property assessments with the deductible of 5,000.
Yep, and there we go. And 5 is the minimum on property, 10 is the minimum on liability.
Right.
So yeah, my error, sorry.
Hugh, do you have anything else?
Not at this time. Thank you.
All right. Tan, you got anything?
No, we do not.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Salute.
Since we're running 15 minutes ahead, why don't we take a
5 minutes? Sounds good.
All right, we're in recess for 5 minutes.
I had gone to the restroom while I was out there. That's why I saw you printed.
I didn't know, because usually I can hear if the printer goes off.
Oh, okay.
Did you get your thing fixed?
Did Sandra ever come? No, she did not. Oh, okay, good. Because I was starting. You recorded? Are we being recorded? Yes. Oh. I was just starting to feel really bad that she wasn't. She didn't want to, pass over. No, she must have got tied up. I should have paused that though.
All right, we are going to open it back up for unfinished business to consider the approval of the ordinance in support of the board's action on May 25th, 2021, relating to the industrial solar ordinance. Have you had a chance to go over that?
I did.
And do you have any thoughts?
I'm not signing that.
You're not?
No.
So you have any changes, thoughts you'd like to?
I'm trying to bring it up on my little thing here. Well, first off, when I voted in favor of lifting the moratorium, the reason I did that is different than what is stated here. I did that because the board did not have interest to move forward with ordinances. So if we're not going to move forward with ordinances, there's no legal justification to have the moratorium, so then you need to remove the moratorium. This says the board found there's no need for ordinances. I still believe there is. So unless we can work something out in removing wording, that it's something that I guess we all agree on, because I can't sign something I don't believe in.
Okay.
So the reason I voted to lift the moratorium is because the board did not favor moving forward with ordinances. And again, if they're not going to, then there's no legal justification for having a moratorium, which means I have to vote to vote. So I don't know how you work that into whatever you got here.
Yes.
Commissioners, would you like to table this until your seatmate's back, and then maybe even after that, you would still have just further discussion?
When I saw this on the thing, I'm like, this is gonna need to be something for when he comes back anyway, but I figured if we had a little conversation about it today, we might be able to at least move a step closer to.
It would be nice to get it to a point where you feel comfortable signing it based on how we voted on the November 17th.
I said, it would probably be best for all parties considered to have all names on the document.
Yep, absolutely.
But we all have to be willing to stand behind what's written on the document.
That's what I was saying. So would you be willing to work with staff to get your feelings and thoughts on the document so that it's a place where you feel comfortable?
Absolutely.
By the time our illustrious chairman gets back from Hawaii?
November?
He's gonna
Yeah, no, I'm available all the time, anytime.
Okay. So what we will do is,
I think, I don't know, the easiest way for me, I guess, would be just work with them, and then we can kind of come up with something.
well, I wanted to say thank you. It was a good first draft I'm sure you had a little bit to do with it as well as Mochi.
Me? No.
Oh, it was just Mochi. Okay, well, you can work with Mochi on getting that comfortable for you or amending it, and I'll take the chair's prerogative and table the unfinished business to 7-6, yeah.
Ready for consent?
You betcha.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with 10 items.
I will step down and second the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, board pending. What do you have, sir?
You don't want to know.
Yeah, I do.
I wrote something right there. I just can't read it.
So it's that you don't
want to know. Eventually I'll be able to read that. I can give you an update. That's Washington Rural Insurance Pool. I'm on the Washington County's Rural Insurance Pool. They did just add Garfield and Columbia counties to us that jumped ship. Other than that, you kind of got the update that there will more than likely be a double-digit increase. And that's what I wanted to confirm with them. There will probably be a double-digit increase in premiums because of the law enforcement legislation, cyber and wildfire. And that's kind of the gist of that one. Childcare still got, I believe, 2 more meetings. And then they're going to be applying for another grant to take them through all of next year.
Is this still just for planning all of next year?
For the most part. It's a continuation of what they've done in the last year for another year, for another grant cycle.
Have they found anybody willing to own and operate a childcare in Golden Bell?
What they're mainly pushing for now is help people get legal, not for a facility run operation, but to get people understanding
have
that
operations
that have, I guess you can use the
certified
word illegal daycares, that they have to jump through the hoops and have special blinds and special fencing and special this and special classes. And they're trying to get those people up to snuff. I guess I'd say that's where the main push is at with that group right now. I've turned over documents that I received from employees about franchising. And there hasn't been a lot of talk about that.
Okay.
And the county building for essentially an owner to come in and take over. Obviously the remodel costs are higher now than when Gordy came up with them a couple years ago. So I hope I'm wrong, but I don't see a lot of encouraging thoughts out of that. So when we get the childcare survey done with the county employees that I had Rob do, I will probably be having another discussion with you two gentlemen about where we want to go from here on that one.
Can you give an update on the Bluebird meeting?
Oh, yeah, no, that was quite fun. So that was Bluebird Solar a week ago, I think.
Yep.
Held in their fancy pantsy new school out there, which I got to meet the superintendent. He gave me a tour of the school. Really nice facility. Wish we had those here. For the most part, I'd say about 20 people in attendance, not counting the solar people. They said 15 people online, but nobody online made comments.
How about the people in?
There really was not much of a comments from the audience there. They were generally in support. The one comment from a citizen was a clarification on who owned the substation previous to them owning the substation. It was just clarificational. That was the only question from residents of Mickelson. And then Elaine Harvey was there. She spoke. And then Greg Wagner spoke. Elmer Eldridge called in and spoke. The mood in the room was definitely different than the mood in our room during our hearings. The people out there are much in favor for the most part of those projects. And they didn't seem to take too kindly to residents from Goldendale showing up in their backyard and trying to tell them what to do with their sagebrush. So that was kind of the mood of that meeting. I talked to Ken out there in solar, and that was all good and dandy, and that it was productive. It was informative. Different atmosphere, different region. There was one thing else out there. I'm trying to remember what it was. Anyway, so that was essentially that one. That's for you.
Did you figure out what you wrote down?
No. No. No, that's pretty much it.
Okay. I've got an update on the airport. I know I brought in front of you guys, we were looking at turning the manager position into a county position. We're running really tight on that schedule for when the airport manager leaves. We have one person who's intimately familiar with the airport who is potentially interested in taking over that contract for the remainder of the 2 years. And if they would do that, then we could be in a position where they could then transition into a county position if they would like. It would be like a 2-year trial.
What do we pay for the contract for them to run the thing now?
It's about $130,000 per year, but that's split between Klickitat and the city of Dallas.
Right. So I guess my question is, what is going to be the cost difference between doing it as a contract and splitting that with the Dalles, or if we just hire them as a county worker? I mean, are we going to be hiring them at 130?
Well, you wouldn't hire them.
If so, would we get any part of reimbursement from that from the Dalles?
Oh, it's been the same price on a contract for, a long time. That contract was, so you have to do the airport management, but then you're also paying for all of the, whoever's running the lawnmowers, and it's 1,000 acres. There's a lot of grass to mow. And so there's a lot of
mowing it themselves, or are they subcontracting?
They usually mow it themselves, or they subcontract out of the 130, depending on where they're at. So likely, if we brought it on as a county employee, the overall with the benefits and everything else, it may go up a little bit. But that's yet to be seen. Right now, the city of the Dalles is still willing to manage the fiscal sponsor part of it. And I was at a meeting yesterday, and their attorney, who's on contract with the city, so they pay him by the hours at that meeting as well. So the Dalles is still pitching in a fair chunk that, probably more than their share.
So if we were trying to get half of that number, they might squabble, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I would.
I'm cheap, I gotta ask.
Well, you want to mow? I mean, he'll take all the help he can get on your off time.
Come down on Mondays and mow the airport.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
With that being said, though, so we're also working on an agreement from 10 years ago for the airport well. And a portion of that airport well was going to get transferred to the Dalles Water District. And then that would give the Dalles, water to continue to grow everything. And the airport got all the infrastructure for the business park out of the deal. So we're still working on that. It's been 10 years, but I'm starting to get involved. I've got a little experience with, water rights and transfers and everything.
So it's actually moving forward.
We're waiting on the FAA, like usual. You send them a letter, and it takes them 3 months, and they send you a response on the last possible day, and then you respond to it, and then it's another 3 months.
So we're not in trouble with the FAA.
We're not in trouble, but we still have to ask their blessing in order to sell that little bit of water, in essence, or exchange is, I think, the more appropriate way to say.
Well, I guess I would say I'm very pleased that you're on that part of it, because that's been a long, stagnant process on that part of it.
Yes.
So hopefully new blood can get some new movement going there.
And the other thing that I wanted to bring up that was brought up during public comment is that, we're looking at starting next year's budget cycle. It is becoming clearly apparent how much money we are spending on public records requests. And if we're going to go into budgeting session with the thought that everybody's budgets are going to stay the same, hopefully stay the same, if we won't need to have, and we've talked about it before, a public records official, we need to know numbers on what that currently looks like, how much time we're spending. We're currently, a lot of these requests are being done by our directors, which are not our cheapest employees. Those directors, is if they're responding to a public records request, then they are not billing their grant programs out. So not only is it taking time, but then you're also losing the revenue on the grant side.
I don't think the public realizes the amount of time just in a 5-second email that they whipped out is taking staff 17 hours.
Or I
to
think
complete
Ruby
a
said
request.
26
Like
hours.
26 from solid waste on whatever that question was.
But each department will still have to do their own searches of their records unless we had a records management system where
Well,
everything was scanned.
Yes, long term, I would like to, and that's what I would like to use part of these COVID dollars for, is to get us a high quality scanning system that you can scan the document, it goes into a searchable archive. And Ruby's not going through paper files. I mean, granted, it's going to take some time to scan all the paper files.
We're currently doing that, and for the archiving, for transitioning to the new building, Public Works has hired a bunch of people. They're currently scanning all that.
Is it a searchable archive?
I don't know if it's searchable or not. I mean, I don't know if they're scanning it into Acrobat or how they're doing it.
In our office, everything we have downstairs in our vault, I've got it in an Excel spreadsheet. So I know what document is in what box, so I can at least do a search. It's a little probably old fashioned and Stone Age, but at least that has helped a ton.
Yeah. And
I'm just thinking as we get everything scanned onto a computer, are people going to be able to find it? Or are they still hunting down the box because they don't know how to find it? Because it's stuck in a drive
Until you get
somewhere.
those boxes all scanned.
Right.
And a reporting or a records management system, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's gonna, no matter what, it's continuing to become more and more time consuming, more and
It
more
will.
costly, and it will continue to, and we've got to have a method to manage that. So and the main thing is right now, you know, we don't have the policy in place where you have to go through and fill out a public records request form that constitutes the application of the public records request, which then kicks in the 5-day notification of how long it should take or what you're doing.
We do have a policy, sir.
Oh, we have the policy in place?
We do.
But we still allow people to just send an email and not fill out the form.
Well, I think it
Legally,
depended-
they're allowed to just ask verbally. I was surprised at that too.
Verbally?
That was in our training. Any verbal, any
That was a
email.
long training.
It was a long time ago, but yeah. Because that part surprised me because I've only, as a civilian, I've only done it once and I did it via filled out the form.
Right.
And I think we've been, this board anyway has been so easy. I don't know, previously I wasn't here. Been so easy to answer questions and try to be accessible that by answering those questions and trying to be accessible and trying to show transparency, we're opening up a Pandora's box of public records requests.
Information is different than a public records. Number one, your public record has to exist. We do have a retention schedule.
Yep.
And once those meet that, then they are either, depending on what the DANS says,
Yep.
they're either destroyed, they're no longer available, or they're sent to state archives, or like in the case of commissioner meeting minutes, those are retained in the assessor's office forever.
Right.
So there's different criteria for
Right, for
different
different
documents. It still takes time to search.
Right. And I think that, I mean, there's got to be some training for people to understand, like you're asking for a public records request, but so much of the information isn't in public records. You're asking for information because you want to understand something.
Yeah, if you want to ask, yeah, and I've seen that. People are asking for public records request for information that's in your head. That's just, I can give you that knowledge or I cannot. The public records request is for actual documents. But again, I think because Zoom is a good thing and transparency is a good thing, but because more people are actually paying attention, we're going to get far more records requests, and we need to figure out a way to be efficient and productive with those. And I think the way to do that is software. So we're going to have that discussion. I mean, I like the public records clerk. I just don't know what they're going to be doing because they're going to be taking in this and they're going to go, hey, Lee, here's this. And she's going to be doing all the work. And then when she's done, she's going to hand it back to him. What is that person really doing? Unless we want that person doing work.
But can that person do the work for all these different departments who have different ways of
So
doing it?
then why do we have that person? What are they doing?
And maybe they can. I mean, maybe you could teach the person to go.
That's a discussion we need to have, is how we want to do that. But I do think we need to get ahead of
and in order
public records, because it's.
And in order to have that discussion, I would hope that we can create a Google document or something that allows our staff, an online form that allows our staff to keep track of how long they're spending on them, so that then we know what the current cost is, and then we can start figuring out how we're going to get to the way to make it efficient and affordable, and more importantly, not be using up all the valuable time from our directors who need to be doing the rest of their jobs. Rather than working on Saturdays and Sundays, because we're going to burn them out.
Yep.
Because every one of our directors is trying to do the best they can with the amount of time they have, and they're all working extra time whenever a public records request come in.
Yep. More
I talked with Jen this morning to have her start thinking about how we could build that form so that, it'll give us a way to try to quantify the cost. Because maybe it's just, we feel that it's time consuming and expensive. Maybe it's actually not. Maybe we're responding to them. I only know anecdotally. I don't have the data to back it up.
Right. Yeah, I think we need to have that hearted discussion because, you know, if you're looking at a, you know, half an employee or an FTE in one department, a quarter of an FTE in another department, I mean, I'm really curious, documentation wise, how many FTE hours a month across the county we're spending in this, and if there's a way to make that easier, better, and take some of the workload off our staff. So, yeah, no.
All right, next up, we have a letter that was drafted today after our meeting with the prosecutor and Director Quinn in our conversation from 9:30 this morning about the June 17th letter that was issued by Sheriff Bob Songer. If you would like, I can read it into the record since it's not on anything. Would you like that?
Probably best so the people in the audience can know what we're talking about since we've been playing with it.
All right, and we have, you've heard from Commissioner Sutter.
I have, and he definitely sent an email in support of it and asking staff to sign for him.
All right. All right. Dear Bob, the Florida County Commissioners are true supporters and allies of law enforcement. Our law enforcement officers have difficult jobs, which are not only hard on them personally, but hard on their families. We respect that and owe them all a debt of gratitude. We fully understand the fear our law enforcement personnel and staff are experiencing with the latest political season of attacks on law enforcement, lawsuits, the defund the police narratives, and our state legislators' creation of laws that hamstring law enforcement's ability to uphold the law and keep our citizens safe. However, with that, we must call out your actions and your latest public statement released on June 17th of 2021. While we truly appreciate you and your dedication to the citizens of our great county and for your love and respect of the Constitution, we cannot sit by and say nothing regarding your statements that the board, county residents, and county employees find threatening and intimidating. We do live in a nation of laws bound by the Constitution. However, we cannot choose what parts of the Constitution we are going to follow on any given day. All elected officials take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. Our founders wrote the first, second, and third articles dealing with the separation of powers. In doing so, they gave the power to determine what is or is not constitutional to the courts, and whether we personally like a particular law, mandate, governor's declaration, or if we personally think it is unconstitutional. It is the courts that decide what is or is not constitutional. Your statements were construed as threatening and intimidating to elected officials and county employees. Your comments implied the arrest, detention, and recommended persecution for following state mandates and laws that you may disagree with without first going through the court process and the judicial system as deemed by the Constitution. Our county employees should not be made to feel unsafe in their working environment. All elected officials and employees should be allowed to do their job without fear of personal or physical attacks caused by the rhetoric of an elected official. The Board of County Commissioners have always supported and respected you. We now call upon you to support the board, our citizens, and county employees by upholding the Constitution and the separations of powers as written in our Constitution. Sincerely, the Board of County Commissioners.
One question, persecution or prosecution on there? Probably the last paragraph.
Prosecution. Recommended prosecution. Did I say persecution?
Yeah.
Nice.
You did, Commissioner Anderson, and sometimes people do view them as interchangeable, but I can assure you they are not. Oh.
I was going to say it was almost accurate, but not quite. No, I think that went over well, and I will be signing that shortly.
Hugh, do you have any statements?
No, not at this time.
All right, thank you. Do we need a motion to sign this, or we can just sign it?
You're all in support. I don't think a motion is necessary.
I will sign it. Yes, sir. Do you have something, good sir?
I was just coming to listen. I guess I'm-
Like you're not usually listening on here?
No, sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay.
No, he just puts himself on here so we think he's listening.
Yeah.
Listening. He's in the back room playing cribbage. Pinochle.
Okay, moving on. Nothing else to report pending from you, Dan?
No.
All right, moving on. Prosecutor Cannell, do you have anything for pending issues?
Not this time. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Anything else for the board?
I'm good.
You sure? This is your last chance.
I'm good.
You walked down the stairs.
I did. Good exercise.
Okay, I'm going to move that we adjourn the regular meeting until June 24th at 1:00 p.m. The board will be participating in a joint meeting with the Skamania County Commissioners in Stevenson at the Hegwald Center Auditorium, 710 Southwest Rock Creek Drive. We have no workshops that are scheduled, and I do not believe that meeting will be on Zoom.
It is on Zoom and it's posted on the agenda
Okay.
to people to access. And
Through
those-
their Zoom or our?
through their Zoom.
Their Zoom.
And those numbers are on the agenda.
They're on the agenda.
And
Okay.
staff will be zooming in as well.
Right.
Here.
Okay.
And you also have a Board of Health meeting at 10. And that is our Zoom.
Our Zoom at 10 and then down there at 1.
Yes.
Got it.
Assuming you're gonna zoom in for the Board of Health.
Yes, Brian.
Yeah.
I might as well.
I'm driving up here to turn around and
As I
drive.
said, I might as well since I gotta turn around and go that back direction. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good point. Do you get enough internet at your house to Zoom?
I may or may not have my face showing on here, but everybody will probably like that anyway.
All right. We are now adjourned. Thank you all who listened in, constituents, electeds. We will see you Thursday at 10 o'clock.
Let the emails